It's the only one.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Jesus, I say that.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
I don't want reality.
Do you know what we're here for? The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
The problem here, the county needs to step up and own it and resolve it and get this water out of here.
I don't want reality.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the replay.
Consequences.
That's hot.
Phrasing.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Right now.
A what now?
Oh, girl, baby girl.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Your name, please?
A fucking bitch.
It's science. Rid of the Second Amendment.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
I simply know your judo well.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed! Are you not entertained?
Don't be creepy.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
Facebook, illegal.
Climate and everything are the same word.
So hot right now.
Well, here we are again. Good to see all you folks here on this beautiful Sunday fun day. Got a hell of a lot to look at here, hopefully some of it fun. I suppose we better get right to it. Put on those seatbelts, space fans. We got a little bit of a journey here to take. To that deep, dark abyss. Get the preliminary shoutouts here. Moanov, Disco, Mrs. Jen forgot to give you your medals 1, 2, 3 successively in chat. I see you, Selena Marie, the anti-corporatist. But Clarity, Carlton Martin. Stephen K. Donald James X. Bob Garmity, of course. Winston Slayer, haven't seen you before, but welcome to the chat. Vincent Morales. I think I got it. If I missed you, I apologize. I am only one man floating through space. Well, I suppose we better get on with the show here, huh? I guess I'll start in a familiar place. Known as America. If you haven't heard, there was apparently a coup that happened. Somehow none of us noticed. So I suppose we better get into that here tonight. 20 likes already. Good God, incredible. We'll roll the galactic dice for you. That's 12. That's a 1. Alright, chat. 2 emotional support characters to start this here show. We're gonna get straight into this supposed Biden coup. Start here from a day ago. Forbes breaking news. Quote unquote. That was the first coup in the history of our country.
And that's the only one she'll do. And you know, when Biden came out with a brilliant idea to have a debate, how did that work out for him? Not so good. But he came out, they handed me Jake Tapper, sometimes referred to as Fake Tapper, but I have to tell you, he was totally fair, and Dana Bash, and they were totally fair. They really were. CNN. So they said, we want to debate. They gave me one option, because they weren't going to debate. He didn't want to debate. They gave me one option. CNN, Dana Bash, and Jake Tapper. There will be no audience.
Uh-oh, what's happening?
There will be turning off your mics as soon as you finish speaking, and if you go over 1 second, they turn off, and they make you look very bad. The good part is he didn't use much of his. You know, they give you 2 minutes, and they'd say, right, you have 92 seconds left. And I kept saying, I'll take it. Can I have it? I want it. I want the 92 seconds at this.
I was doing so good. Nobody had ever done as well as I had. That debate, historically good. Joe Biden, terrible. And now I gotta debate somebody else. What the hell is going on here?
And then to do another one. You have 37 seconds left. That's a lot, you know, when you're up there, 37 seconds. And that's the last thing he wanted to hear because he didn't want to talk anymore. You have 77 seconds left. He goes, oh, Joe, what am I going to do? This is who our president was. And now we have somebody that's worse, in my opinion, worse. You have to remember, they said that he couldn't beat me now. I mean, after the debate, he was down, way down in the polls. They didn't even want to show the polls. They said he's not going to win. So they said, we're going to take him out and we're going to put somebody new in. This never happened to anybody before. We spent $100 million fighting crooked Joe Biden. And then all of a sudden they decide to take him out and put somebody else in. She never got one vote. She was the first.
Illegal.
Oh my God. $100 million spent. Whatever will they do?
Loser in the primaries. You know, she ran against Joe Biden and everybody else. I think they had like 16 people running. She never made Iowa the first state. I love Iowa. You know why I love it? Because I win it every single time with the farmers. We win it. but she never made Iowa. She was the first one to quit. And now, and stupid, honestly, she was the nastiest to him, too, and then he picked her. I couldn't believe it. And she was part of the cabal that got him out. You know, they got him out.
Oh,
They
here we
said, "We'll
go. The cabal. Oh, yes, the cabal. The shadowy, coup-ed group here to get Trump. Oh, no.
do it the nice way, or we'll do it the hard way, Joe. We'll use the 25th Amendment, and we'll call you mentally incompetent, and everybody will believe us. And, you know,
I would point out that threat is not a coup. 25th Amendment is part of our government, hence the amendment portion of that phrase.
they did is a terrible thing, actually. They forced him out. It was a coup. We had a coup. That was the first coup in the history of our country. And it was very successful. He said, okay, I'll leave. If that's what you want, I'll leave. And now he's sitting.
And that's how coups work. People say, we don't like what's happening, and then somebody leaves. Write that down. That's historical.
What the competition is. I hear he's going to make a comeback at the Democrat convention. He's going to walk into the room and he's going to say, I want my presidency back.
I love how in this, like, because Trump in his mind, like, if Biden came back, that'd be like Jesus coming back on whatever was it the 6th day or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, he's really hoping Biden does that. Like, please, Biden, please, Biden, I need you to come back, pal. All right, you need to make a big splash. You don't let these people tell you what to do. You were doing great. I just got done saying you were doing really, really bad, but that doesn't mean that you weren't also doing super good. You should be back in the election that you were clearly cooed from.
Another chance to debate Trump. I want another chance.
Everybody is saying this.
But I handed Kamala and Crooked Joe a surging economy with no inflation. We had no inflation. We had nothing. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world.
He acts like GDP hasn't gone up since then. Which it has, I'd point out. Since Donald Trump left, it hasn't in fact gone up. That's how he and people like him want to measure the economy, so write that down as well while you got your pen in hand. Ah, boy. Okay. So yeah, that's Donald Trump, and it's not the first time that we're hearing him claim that this was a coup, that Joe Biden, deciding to step out of the race was in fact a bloody, vicious coup. Now, just to reinforce this, or at least to, not reinforce, but to sort of reiterate what's sort of going on here in the Republican Party, let's go here to a little used channel on this here Spacecast. Let's go to Fox News' YouTube channel. Gutfeld. Pelosi talks about her role in Biden's exit from the race. Ooh. Oh no.
A story in 5 words.
By the way, a story in 5 words, that wasn't happenstance. They needed to pick that because, well, Greg Gutfeld doesn't know a hell of a lot of words, not gonna lie. If they go with 5, if they shoot under, because I'm sure he knows more than 5 words. I've heard him say more than 5 words. But if they say 5 words, that really brings the bar down for Greg. He doesn't have to try. He doesn't really have to try too hard to do better than that.
Pelosi admits it's a coup.
That's not how you say it.
Did I say it right?
No.
Yes.
All right, roll it.
Sorry. No, hold on, Greg. Let's try that.
Pelosi admits it's a coup.
No. That's not how you say it. I don't know who's in the background saying that is in fact how you say it, but you don't say coup. Coup. That's not a word. I think you would spell that Kwoo, perhaps. I couldn't say clearly. It's not. It's a fictional word, so really, I guess we can spell it however we like.
Did I say it right?
Yes.
All right, roll it.
Sycophant.
I've never been that impressed with his political operation.
Biden's operation.
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, I just haven't been. They won the White House. Bravo, right? But So my concern was, this ain't happening. And we have to make a decision for this to happen, and the president has to make the decision for that to happen. Let me just say, I won't say necessarily I knew what I was doing at that time. I knew what I was doing in the whole thing, not just that show.
And what was that?
That.
So far, everything she said, what a bombshell. I'm not sure she's actually said anything at this point.
Donald Trump would never set foot in the White House again.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Biden is the only one who can decide to drop out of the race. And she doesn't want Trump back. Oh, my God. What? This is the first time we're ever hearing that Nancy Pelosi doesn't want Donald Trump back in what? This is a bombshell. Oh my God! Look at Greg's face. He's also very, very surprised.
This is kind of amazing.
Yeah.
Tyrus, this is a big deal.
Wow, this is a huge deal. I mean, she said the only person who can drop out of the race is Biden, and she said she doesn't want Trump back in the White House. Oh no, that's a definition of a coup. That's the literal definition of a coup. Just to prove that to you. Hold on, I don't have this ready. But, you know, a simple Google search won't take long. No, it's not. Bob, quit ruining my setups, okay? Of course it's not. God damn, Bob. You're ruining my setup. Clearly that's not the definition. Okay, here is the definition of coup d'etat. A sudden, violent, and unlawful seizure of power from a government. I don't even think Nancy Pelosi is capable of violence. Not because she doesn't wish to do violence, but she's tiny and ancient. I would say most flies are safe around her. Now, if she has access to the defense budget, then all bets are off. But I guess my point is, you know, I don't think Nancy did anything illegal here. I could be wrong. Could be wrong. Yeah, unlawful violent seizure of power. Weird. Okay, let's go back. Let's try and listen to a little more of this. This is, by the way, it's going to be painful to listen to these people try and make sense of this.
He just admitted that they got rid of Biden not because he was unfit, but because he was...
Actually, she didn't admit to getting rid of Biden at all. Hold on. Let me just double check this, because I'm pretty sure she said verbatim was that Biden got rid of himself. Let's try this again.
They won the White House. Bravo. Right. Mm-hmm. But so my concern was, this ain't happening. And we have to make a decision for this to happen. And the president has to make the decision for that to happen.
Weird. It sounds like it was completely up to Biden. She just said verbatim. Jeez, Greg, you're confusing. Whoops, I just clicked the wrong thing. God damn it. All right, let's go back to Greg trying to make sense of the English language. Hold on, please.
Not because he was unfit, but because he was going to lose, which is a complete subversion of democracy, because he already had the almost 4,000 delegates and the
Yeah, but he doesn't matter. He can still say, you know what? I give up. I'm not running anymore. What would happen if he died? Would Donald Trump, would we all be forced to vote for his corpse or Donald Trump? Is that, because that seems like what he's saying. Now that the primary technically is over, there's no way it's just, oh God, he's such a dummy. Sorry, we're not going to listen to more of this. It's just too stupid. It's just way too stupid. But I figured, since we're talking about, actually, no, I'm sorry. No, we got to listen to him, because it just gets even dumber. It gets dumber. Hold on. No, we're not going to listen to this whole thing, though. Let me cue this up. Where does this get next level stupid? I'm trying to think. Oh, is it? Oh, God damn it. I can't even remember now. Son of a bitch. Oh, here we go. Let's try
this segment. You've been practicing law for 3-4 decades now. You look so young. Isn't this ground? Maybe I guess.
Wow. Greg Gutfeld actively making hosts feel incredibly awkward by making what seems to be advances on them.
You look so young. Isn't this ground? Maybe I guess I should ask you. Maybe forget that question. It's amazing that Pelosi could say that with a straight face.
Jesus Christ. He can't even stay on topic. Oh my God. Oh my God. You can't, because it's such a bad talking point. It's the worst talking point. So he's literally just trying to come up with other ways to distract from how bad this talking point really is.
Perhaps that's the Botox.
Wow. Wow. Newsflash, Greg Gutfeld accuses the Democrats of doing a coup and then gets sidetracked by general misogyny and weirdness.
First of all, I think she plays such an evil character well.
Yeah.
Like, you know, you could tell that she couldn't wait. Like, she had, you know, offed his candidacy, and she kind of couldn't wait to take credit for it because Obama was getting credit, President Obama was getting credit, Michelle Obama, all these people were trying to quietly leak, as Shannon knows, on background about who did it. And she sort of went out there and said, no, I'm the one who stuck the knife in. So
there was no knife. There was literally no knife. This is ridiculous. And it's not like they were like quietly leaking information. People were coming out, directly talking to press, things like that, and saying, hey, I'm not feeling it right now. But we'll hold off on that. Let's go and let's talk more about coups. Because we're talking about what are coups? What does it even mean to do a coup? Did Biden get cooed? PSA, cooed is not a word. Don't try and use that in any sort of academic setting. Let's go here. Let's go here. Maybe this will give us some ideas.
Big story on Action News tonight is the newly released phone
I almost forgot.
call, which recorded President Trump.
Please hold. Please hold. I almost forgot. You just reminded me. You have a 1. That's a bacula, of course. I'm sure you all know that. Let's go here. 12. That's a George Carlin. Okay. Gotta get those emotional support characters in here. Coup with 2 O's is a word? That actually might be true. that one is actually, I believe that might be right. I believe that's the past tense of coup, but C-O-O, not C-O-U-P.
Top officials in Georgia to, quote, find enough votes to overturn the election.
That's right. That recording was released late this afternoon by the Washington Post.
The phone call in its entirety lasted an hour, and here is a portion of that recording.
So, look, all I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won the state. So tell me, Brad, what are we going to do? We won the election, and it's not fair to take it away from us like this. Look, all I want to do is...
All I want to do is find 11,780 votes, because we already won, but somehow those votes got lost. People sometimes, they get a little sidetracked, votes, they go missing. By the way, that would be an illegal subversion of democracy. Which is, that's part of the definition of coup. You have 31 likes now? My God. That happened so fast. It's a perfect phone call. Okay, now let's look at another supposed example of a coup. Here's 11 Alive from a month ago.
Major Democratic donor George Clooney now calling on President Joe Biden to step aside. Clooney says that Joe Biden that he saw at a fundraiser last month and on TV in the debate with former President Donald Trump is not the Joe Biden of 2010 or even 2020. He wrote that Biden cannot win the fight against time. He calls on key Democrats, naming House Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, and Nancy Pelosi, to ask Biden to voluntarily step aside. We will have much more on this coming up tonight at 4:30, so in just about 15.
So there's a supposed example of a coup, according to Joe Biden and Greg Gutfeld there. George Clooney, verbatim, you heard them just say it, asking Joe Biden to step aside. That's a coup, asking somebody to do something. Oh, it's so special. Okay, now let's go on to this.
So we're going to see some of what our witnesses saw on January 6th. Let's see the video, please. But please be advised that it contains graphic images and strong language, which many may find disturbing.
Peter Navarro releases 36-page report. Wait, hold on.
Here. We're moving
Hold
on to Capitol.
Wait. Donald Trump, at the real Donald Trump. Peter Navarro releases 36-page report alleging election fraud more than sufficient to swing victory to Trump. https://t.code/d8 capital KR. Oh, that's a link, I see. A great report by Peter. Statistically impossible to have lost the 2020 election. Big protest in D.C. on January 6th. Be there. Be wild.
Hey, brother, we're boots on the ground here. We're moving on to Capitol now. I'll give you a boots on the ground update here in a few.
Multiple Capitol entries. Multiple Capitol entries. Trump, we're still taking metal, sharpened objects, missiles to include bottles and rocks, and hand-thrown chemical-grade fireworks.
Okay, I think we all recall the footage from this horrifying day, which happened to include a real coup attempt. Now let's look at more supposed coup attempts. Here's WFAA from a month ago. House Democrats calling on Joe Biden to step down from Democratic candidacy.
Tonight, these 4 House Democrats are calling for President Joe Biden to end his re-election campaign.
Illegal.
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries held a private call Sunday with top Democrats in the House. Jeffries himself has not taken a stance, but ABC is reporting those 4 members did ask for Biden to drop out of the race. This is on top of other members publicly calling for a replacement.
Weird. That felt less coup-y than what we were watching before. There definitely wasn't any violence I saw or attempts to subvert democracy. Just a bunch of old guys asking Joe Biden to step down. That's what I saw. Every day is like that at the Capitol. Just a normal day at Capitol Hill. Tourists seeing the sights. It's a lot of love People embracing police officers.
Riot warning. Gonna try to get compliance, but this is now effectively a riot.
49 hours declaring it a riot.
5 to 50 be advised, Cal Police 1 advised they're trying to breach and get into the Capitol.
Weird. They're just very passionate. Very passionate people. They're just trying to help democracy. Crooked Hillary and crooked Pelosi just want to stop peaceful democracy from happening. These people. Alright, I'm done. I'm done with that. Do we have anything else to look at? Oh, yes. We do. Here's the last of the supposed footage that I have for you of the potential coup. Here's CBS News Bay Area, where top California Democrat calls for President Biden to step down from the race.
Illegal.
A new national poll finds 7 out of 10 adults say Biden should withdraw from the race to make room for a new nominee, including 65% of Democrats. That is compared to 27% of Republicans who say Trump should leave the Republican ticket. Our Andrea Nakano is here. She's been tracking the very latest developments. It really has just been...
Sorry, I'm saying it wrong, aren't I? It's a coup. It is a coup, everybody. I need a sound shot of Greg Gutfeld saying coup with a W.
Kind of a whirlwind lately.
A lot of moving parts in this race. There is a growing number of Democrats calling for President Biden to step aside. This as he vows to stay in the race to face Mr. Trump in November. There is a new call for President Biden to stop his re-election efforts from California Congressman Adam Schiff. He becomes the most prominent elected Democrat to publicly call on the president to drop out of the race.
Wait, didn't that lady who Greg Gutfeld was actively harassing on TV, didn't she say that it was all a secret, whispering, it was a whisper campaign, and until Pelosi was finally the one with the gumption to say, I did it, I put the knife in his back. I'm pretty sure that's what she said, but here's Chuck, not Chuck Schumer, what the fuck is his asshole? I just lost it in my head. Adam Schiff, thank you. Here's Adam Schiff, top California Democrat, publicly saying, Biden, you're not doing great. Maybe step down. Coup, illegal.
Illegal.
Can't do that. Can't voice your opinion for stuff. Now, since it's Sunday Fun Day, we're talking about coups. I figured, I just realized that sounds bad. Since we're talking about coups d'etat, I figured we'd go to this little tidbit from a show perhaps familiar to some of you. Hard to say.
You're a little bit upset. You're riled up.
Settle down. You're ruining it. I was trying to ease us into this and you just screwed me. You screwed me, YouTube, and I don't appreciate that. Alright, let's talk about a guy by the name of Smedley Butler, who had his hand in a bunch of coups, including one, attempted one in the United States in the early 20th century. That's right, Dad. Bob figured it. Of course, Bob. I knew Bob was going to figure it out, of all people. But yes, this is the Majority Report. They had on a guy by the name of John M. Katz. M. Katz. I wonder how he did on that. I'm sorry. No, won't make any more standardized testing jokes for the rest of the stream. I promise.
impunity, but we don't want them. They should stay there. And then once we're done with them, and we're seeing this in Afghanistan now, that's it. Sorry, you're on your own. Good luck.
So you follow Butler to from Guantanamo, then to the Philippines, then into the Boxer War, and then back to the Philippines, into Central America, Nicaragua, Panama, and in Mexico, and Veracruz, and Haiti. Give us which one of those conflicts, or which couple of those conflicts, do you think is the most relevant in terms of Butler's, perspective on what they were doing changing?
That's an interesting question. So, I would say so Nicaragua is the first place that I see evidence of him sort of taking a look around and starting to question the motives of the people who were sending him into war. It's so Nicaragua. He goes 3 times. He's based in the Panama Canal Zone, which he and the Marines had also helped conquer as sort of an American colony, as we helped force the secession of Panama from Colombia for purposes of building the Panama Canal. But he's doing these sorties up from the Canal Zone to Nicaragua, and a couple of things are happening at that moment. The one is on a political level. America we're moving into what's known as dollar diplomacy, where because I was talking about like this compromise over the not annexing Cuba. That didn't apply in the Philippines, so we just full out colonized the Philippines. We take it; it's a wholly owned colony for 50 years. And it's a very expensive and very costly and very bloody war. And the Taft administration, which has now taken power in the States, is looking for other ways to do things, on the cheap, on the sly, a little out, because there's also a backlash to the Philippine-American War, much as there's a backlash to the Iraq War in our own day. And Nicaragua is offering them an opportunity to do things differently. So instead of declaring war, instead of colonizing Nicaragua, the government, the U.S. government, basically puts out a tender to some banks to set up a national bank of Nicaragua and take over the country's finances. And by doing that, we're going to control Nicaragua. We're going to install a puppet president who's actually the accountant for an American mining firm. And we're going to do that with the muscle of the Marines. So this is known as dollar diplomacy.
Okay, this is just some of the life history of Schmedley, not Schmegly Buster. I mean, not Buster. Oh my God, Schmedley Butler. I saw somebody say Schmegly in there. No, sounds very, very similar. Not gonna lie. About a one letter difference there. But this is actually a super long interview, which we don't have time to do the whole thing to here today. I feel like right around here.
Yet, War is a Racket is not written yet. He's not out with really like the full-blown criticism of the United States and of U.S. foreign policy.
So he's approached by this guy, Gerald McGuire, who is representing, I don't know if it's specifically the Liberty League or just like sort of a crew of capitalists who are very worried about FDR's New Deal, that it's too socialistic, that they're giving away the farm, essentially. Is he approached because he had been court-martialed, like, let's find a guy who we think is aligned to us, but has been sort of unfairly treated by, whatever, in some way? I mean, is that what the theory was?
That's an interesting piece of it, I think. I think it's hard to say because Jerry Maguire dies very soon after, and so he never says exactly what he was thinking. But I think so. It's a couple of things. One is that
Whoopsies. I just fucked up. I was trying to pause. You know what's funny? You know what's very funny to me? No, it's not. It's not important. Not important. I'll just say this. I double-clicked this and it exited, and now I can see the live chat from this live stream. There's somebody in our chat and also in this live stream chat that I'm looking at right now. It's like I'm in some sort of Russian nesting doll of chats.
You know, what Maguire is approaching him to do is to, you know, head.
I was trying to pause it so I could
to basically
make reference to this hilarious joke, and he said to Jerry Maguire, "Show me the money." Well played.
You know, lead an armed mob into Washington, D.C., up Pennsylvania Avenue, to intimidate Franklin Roosevelt into either resigning or delegating all his powers to a cabinet secretary. You know, and they're doing this for the purpose of, you know, overturning the New Deal, which they know is popular and isn't going to lose at the ballot box. And I think that there are a couple. I mean, there are a couple of things that I think we can point to as being reasons why Butler might have been approached. One is that Butler had a long track record of overthrowing governments using armed force, right? So, you know, in Haiti, for instance, where he was for several years, he was
involved in the original Haiti.
He dissolves a parliament at gunpoint. For the purpose of forcing through a constitution that's going to allow Americans to own land in Haiti and have like American corporations make money there. You know, but he's also, you know, he's also overthrown governments in Nicaragua. You know, his Marines, you know, are responsible for the rise of Somoza, the Nicaraguan dictator, Rafael Trujillo, who's you know, the dictator in the Dominican Republic, et cetera. And Jerry Maguire's boss, a guy named Grayson N.P. Murphy, and this is something that I found in my research. He was a former military intelligence official who had been all over the world.
Okay, good point, Disco. Not the when I said the original, you're right. It's not actually the OG. It's not the original. It's the first American involvement, if you will, in that sort of active coup that was already kind of taking place by way of the French.
You know, he was in the Philippines.
God damn it! Stop doing this. Stop.
He was in Panama during the secession plot, which Sullivan and Cromwell, the big you know, imperialist law firm, which still exists, which some people may know because of the involvement of John Foster and Allen Dulles, right? Where Sullivan and Cromwell partners with United Fruit. They helped overthrow Jacobo Arbenz, the president of Guatemala in 1954. So Butler has this sort of track record of overthrowing governments. But as you note, he's a maverick. I mean, he's been court-martialed for insulting Benito Mussolini in 1931.
It's not just him calling him a maverick, quote unquote. History seems to label him as such as well.
In 1932, there's this episode called The Bonus March, where basically a bunch of veterans of the First World War come to Washington to demand federal benefits that they had been promised. And they stage essentially kind of like, you know, Occupy Washington 1932. And the establishment kind of lines up against them. They see them as, you know, degenerates. Douglas MacArthur accuses them as being, you know, communists, you know, trying to hatch a communist.
We should say, like, there's amazing photographs of like all the tents pitched in, I think it's the Washington, the monument, what do you call it? The
mall.
Mall.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty impressive, but
and actually this ends up with Douglas MacArthur and the army burning the camp to the ground. George Patton, who was a major at that time, a cavalry officer, leads a cavalry charge into this camp. But in the middle of this demonstration, this month-long demonstration.
By the way, while we're talking about this, I figured I'd show you a photo of this because it is pretty fucking crazy. They are not wrong. I mean, not they. Sam said. So, this is the photo they're talking about. Or at least I think this is the photo that he's talking about. Hold on, son of a bitch. This is all these tents being burnt to the ground. Right in front of the Washington Monument. My God.
9 days actually before the army invades the camp, Butler goes and he sides with the bonus marchers. He gives them this rousing speech where he says this is the greatest example of Americanism that I've ever saw. Like stand your ground. He said, don't back up, because as soon as you back up, I mean, he's giving great protesting advice. Actually, he's saying like, as soon as you break your camp, all of this evaporates into thin air, and nobody's going to even remember that you were here. So like, stay here until you get what you want. And I think that to a certain extent, the business plotters, Jerry Maguire, Grayson Murphy, his boss, they miscalculate badly, and they get the politics completely wrong. Like maybe they don't have enough class analysis. Like they don't understand that Butler is there fighting on behalf of the poor, impoverished, working veteran who's suffering from the Great Depression. All they see is this guy who's overthrown governments overseas, this guy who missed out on becoming commandant of the Marine.
Oh my God, Bob. Oh God. That series of statements that you just put in chat, which I know you were doing to be funny, you had the orange circle in there, it was clearly a Trump impression, but isn't it an official act what you just suggested? Wouldn't it technically be? If he were president, hypothetically, if he were president, or if anyone was president, essentially, if they did something like that, how would it be discerned? How would it not be considered an official act? Like, especially with the way that they defined official act, like in the context of that case, right? I mean, basically, the way that they defined it was basically anything you do while you're president is official, including and leading up to presidency.
And has a chip on his shoulder, and this guy who is on these newsreels, giving this rousing speech to some of the exact veterans who they want to come to Washington to participate in this coup, and they love him. They're hanging on every word. He's old Gimlet Eye, like he's this beloved general.
They perceive him as being anti-establishment as opposed to having an ideology. Exactly. And assume if he's anti-establishment, he'd be willing to help us stage a coup. He certainly has the skill set to stage a coup against FDR. It's just they didn't realize that he was more ideologically sympathetic with what FDR was doing than they had assumed.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Well, I mean, and I just wanted to take...
So unfortunate. They picked the guy who was leading the sort of everyman working class sort of rally / protest to try and lead a coup against essentially have wind up being America's first socialist-ish sort of president. And in fact, that was a bad plan. Shocking. But they in fact wanted to do an actual military coup, right? They saw Smedley Butler. He was high ranking in the military. He had contacts. He had been part of this strike, and they thought they could get him to get the people who had been striking to to do a coup on the U.S. government the next year. That was in 1932 when that happened, and the next year in 1933 they basically attempted to convince him to do this. Now, as you probably are aware, was unsuccessful. Or maybe you weren't, but yeah. That is that's how history happened. But there's one example of an actual coup attempt. Whether it was Looney Tunes 9000 just resubscribed. Subscribing for 3 months now. Thank you, Looney Tunes. I think it might be one of the most longest streaks out there right now. Not sure. I think that might be the most you can have at this point. When did I start streaming again on Twitch? June? Either way, appreciate you. By the way, if you're on YouTube, the only place that you can subscribe is either Twitch or Patreon. So, here's a link to those things. And appreciate the resub. Keeping that what do you call it? I was about to call it a stream. Keeping that streak, one letter difference. Keeping that streak alive. Today's the day. Today is the day for what? What does that mean? By the way, I get paid more on Patreon than I do on Twitch for those dollars. That your dollars go further on Patreon than they do on Twitch. Just gonna tell that to people. Once again, I feel like I try to remind you all that because Twitch and YouTube, Twitch being the worst payouts, YouTube being the second, and Patreon being one of the highest I think available. It's close to like 95% of what you contribute on Patreon goes to the creator. All right, enough capitalist messaging, unintentional. What's next? Actually, was there more? I think we're good. We'd spend an hour talking about this goddamn coup. Coup in air quotes. Oh my god. The fact is, I just heard it too many times. I heard it one too many times. It set a switch off in my brain. I was like, okay, we're doing a whole goddamn section on this because it's gotten out of hand. Let's try to remember what an actual coup is for like 2 fucking seconds.
I don't want reality.
Speaking of somebody who doesn't want reality, let's go to ABC News. This came out 9 hours ago. Where they had on and interviewed an individual by the name of J.D. Vance. They did have to take all of the couches out of the room, I heard, before taping. Oh, wait. You do this first? No, we'll skip. We'll skip it and we'll go to this one. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Who blocked Disco Wolf? I don't think anybody blocked Disco. That's ridiculous.
What a difference a few weeks makes. Before President Biden dropped out of the presidential race, that was 3 weeks ago today, Democrats were discouraged. Republicans were on a roll, and it looked like Donald Trump was well on his way to winning back the White House. Now, a new New York Times Siena poll of the battleground states likely to determine who will win shows that the Kamala Harris-Tim Walz ticket has the momentum, leading Trump-Vance by 4 points among likely voters in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. That's a dramatic change after what the Times is calling the worst 3 weeks of Donald.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just saw a comment that made me stop everything. I'm sorry. Is that real, Mrs. Jen? Are you making jokes right now, or is that real? Is it like an AI thing or something, or does that picture? I'm sorry. I have to stop everything. We had a plan, but this. Tell me this is real. Tell me this is real. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, JD. No, you're right, though. It's not drag. He just appears to be wearing a wig. But considering... He also appears to be wearing something of a skirt. I mean, it's not flashy or anything. But, you know, got a necklace. I mean, this is what I feel like a dude who doesn't really... since I'm just sitting here laughing to myself, I'll show you what I'm looking at. Here's J.D. Vance with a wig and something of a striped skirt here, very ill-fitting sort of... It doesn't appear to be an actual necklace. I assume he just grabbed something that was like a necklace and threw it on. Now, is it definitely drag? I don't know. Fact is, though, this dude is actively saying a bunch of very hateful things, if I'm not mistaken. He said some pretty horrific things about drag shows, things like that, about trans people. And yet there's that. Really, you know?
Trump's 2024 campaign. After a rough start as Trump's running mate, J.D. Vance is now leading the Republican effort to define the Harris-Walz ticket and to...
And here's the real important question about all this, because it doesn't matter what I think. I wasn't going to vote for Trump-Vance. But here's the question, electorally, right? How many people, how many MAGA representing people, right? How many MAGA forward types can distinguish between the two? Will be able to get past something like that if they were to, if their eyes were to somehow not be averted and have that picture in front of them. What will happen inside of their brains?
regain the momentum. I caught up with him this weekend at his home state of Ohio. We started with the state of the race.
Thank you for joining us, Senator Vance. So,
thanks for being here.
I saw Kamala Harris said that she's the underdog in this race. Is that the way you see it? I mean, are you guys still the front runners here?
Look, I think that we are going to have a very tight election, John, and that we just have to sprint to the finish line. We have about 88 days to actually...
It's a tight election now. They were like so full of themselves. What was it, like a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago? Definitely right around that RNC glow. Oh God, wow, the vibes have changed.
Persuade the American people that President Trump should be their president and be their vice president. And I think you just take nothing for granted. You don't believe any polls, whether the ones that are good for you or bad for you. You just try to persuade people as much as you can, and the chips are going to fall where they are.
But Trump seems to think that he's got a huge lead. I mean, you said this at the press conference. He suggested it could be a landslide looking at polls. Do you tell him that you need to kind of like temper expectations?
I think President Trump is extremely confident. Look, I'm extremely confident. I think we're going to win. I also think that we have to work as hard as possible for the remainder of the election to try to persuade Americans to vote for us. That's the name of the game. But yeah, look, do I think President...
How dare you say that we have to work? JD, you're really failing me right now, pal.
Is actually as confident as he pretends to be in public? Yes, he actually is.
Should have picked the Hulk.
We still have to work very hard.
So there's been a lot of talk about racism and whatnot. You faced some really nasty stuff. I saw this thing that Nick Fuentes, of course, he's an avowed white supremacist. He said, what kind of a man marries somebody named Usha? Clearly he doesn't value his racial identity, his heritage. I mean, this is racist garbage.
Yes, it is.
But this is also a guy that dined with Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago during this campaign.
Well, and that Donald Trump doesn't know anything about and frankly doesn't care for. But yeah, look, my attitude to these people attacking my wife is she's beautiful, she's smart. What kind of man marries Usha? A very smart man and a very lucky man, importantly. And
oh no. Oh no. Oh, JD. Oh, JD. This poor guy is being torn between his wife and his vice presidential candidacy already. This is painful to watch. This is genuinely painful to watch. Oh God, to watch JD try and dance through the minefield that is both his marriage, this election, and this very racist subject. Like, it's a veritable cornucopia of potential hot button things he could, and it might, one thing he might hit might not affect him electorally, but then back home he's gonna get hammered, or I don't know. Maybe Usha's nicer than I think, but I feel like if he steps out of line, he's gonna get it back home.
My views, look, if these guys want to attack me or attack my views, my policy views, my personality,
we're doing
come
that
after
for
me,
sure.
but don't attack my wife. She's out of your league.
But I mean,
Ooh.
that.
Ooh. My wife is out of your league. Harsh to all people that are criticizing him for this. Oh boy, it's like he's like coming at these people right now. Is this gonna be a contentious thing? And the fact is like, I'm not shocked that this is happening. That there are people who are, coming at him about this. It's gross. It's disgusting. There's plenty of other things to come at him for, but it's also not Democrats coming at him for it. So it's like also like, I want to feel bad for him. I want to feel bad about the situation. And on some level I do, but the fact is that it's also somewhat cathartic to see a vice presidential Republican candidate having to deal with his own party struggling with the fact that he happens to be married to a Southeastern Asian woman. Like, it's a wild dichotomy.
Dinner that Trump had, and of course it was Kanye West, the guy that's praised Hitler, who arranged it all. That was back a year and a half ago, and Trump still hasn't given a full-throated denouncement of this guy who said that terrible stuff, but he's a white supremacist.
Look, I think President Trump has issued plenty of condemnations on this. The one thing I like, the one thing I like about
I love, AB. I don't know this guy's name. I feel like I should. But I don't know this interviewer from ABC's name. But I like how he's actually like pushing back very quickly on this stuff. Did he though? He goes, no, he hasn't. That's a fair question.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Donald Trump, John, is that he actually will talk to anybody, but just because you talk to somebody doesn't mean you endorse their views. And look, Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife. Every time he sees her, he gives her a hug, tells her she's beautiful.
I'm sorry. Don't be creepy. I'm sorry. What? What the fuck did he just say? Oh, we gotta go back.
He actually will talk to anybody, but just because you talk to somebody doesn't mean you endorse their views. And look, Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Phrasing.
Oh boy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm anticipating the future right now, and so something is about to happen. You might know what it is if you watch this stream enough. This is happening.
Every time he sees her, he gives her a hug, tells her she's beautiful.
Please hold. Please hold. It is a great screen freeze. You're right. It is. Someone screenshot that. Oh shit, I'm behind. I was looking at the that one's also funny, but I was looking at the one behind that. They're both good. They're both good for different reasons. That one looks like he's getting something sprayed on his face. Doesn't it? Doesn't it look like something's like splashing into his eye or something? Somebody. I'm not screenshotting that for an inappropriate reason. Okay.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. Stop. Hold on. Let's just make sure that that sounds good.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
That's okay. Okay, perfect. That's added. If you didn't figure it out already, that's going right onto the soundboard here.
Time he sees her, he gives her a hug, tells her she's beautiful, and jokes around with her a little bit. I'm not at all worried about Donald Trump. I'm worried sometimes about these ridiculous attacks, but again, this is what you sign up for when you come into politics. I wish people would keep it focused on me, but whatever. They're going to say what they're going to say. My wife's tough enough to handle it, and that's a good thing.
All right, let's focus on something that's gotten a lot of attention. I mean, you know, this cat ladies comment. You talk about
Sure.
Democrat Party dominated by childish cat ladies. Put that aside. You also made a policy proposal.
Yes.
Which was why Tucker Carlson had you on for that interview. And you said you advocated giving extra votes to people with children, which seems a little...
Well, John, it's not a policy proposal. It's a thought experiment, right? Democrats said we should give...
It's a thought experiment. Oh.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the
It's a
20th
thought
century.
experiment, people. By the way, he's about to say thought experiment about a half a dozen times in the next minute or so.
Children the right to vote. Some Democrats had said, we're going to give children the right to vote. And I said, well, if we're going to give the rights to the children, then we should actually just allow the parents to cast those votes, right? I trust a parent more with a decision like that than I do, say, a 14-year-old. So it's a thought experiment.
Okay,
There
there's
are
number two.
no policy positions behind my view that the country should become more pro-family, right? One thing I learned as a dad is after our second child we brought home, we have 3 little kids. We got these ridiculous surprise medical billings from the hospital because we had chosen an out-of-network provider, of course, at this most stressful of all.
I don't know what this has to do with anything that we're talking about right now. I mean, it is family related. I guess we could give you as the most general, like, it's a tangent at best.
Imaginable moments. I've actually introduced legislation to stop moms and dads from having to go through those surprise medical billings. We want to expand the child tax credit. There's so much that we want to do, John, to make the country more pro-family. And I think it is frankly shameful that the Harris administration has lied about what I actually said. Look, sometimes family doesn't work out for people, and that's okay. But
and sometimes it doesn't work out, and that's okay. But you're going to get less votes in my thought experiment, okay? It's just a thought experiment.
I do think that Kamala Harris herself has pursued some anti-family policies, and that is a problem and something we ought to push back against.
So I put aside whatever other people. I mean, I listened to your entire speech. I listened to the whole thing, and you know, I saw, and you did say you weren't talking about people who physically can't have children. I mean, that's not what you were saying.
Well, and sometimes it just doesn't work out, right?
And it didn't work out.
Yeah.
You called it throat clearing, I think. You said, you know, look, I'm not talking about that. But you did
because
say,
I knew people would try to.
I'm very, very pro-family, but sometimes it just doesn't work out, and that's okay too, of course. You'll get less votes in my thought experiment, but that happened. That's what happens in this particular thought experiment.
It's science.
To represent it, so it's important to be clear.
Let's look at what you exactly said. You
Please.
said, when you go to the polls in this country as a parent, you should have more power. You should have more of an ability to speak your voice in a democratic republic than the people who don't have kids. I mean, you are directly saying that people with kids should have more of a voice in our democracy. Thought experiment or not about how that is done, but that is the principle. And I mean, I could read on, but you are.
Yeah, he didn't say thought experiment in that quote. Wait a second. Did this not... What is happening? Tell me that this sample didn't export. That make me sad. Oh, wait.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Expressing a principle here.
Again, John, it's a thought experiment. I've been a senator for 2 years.
Right.
Have I proposed any legislation to that effect? Of course.
JD loves thoughts. It's his favorite.
Sometimes people make remarks in response to something that somebody else has said. If it was a policy proposal, I would have made the policy proposal in my 2 years in the United States Senate. Now, I do think, John, to be clear.
I'm sorry. That's not actually how political campaigns work, right? He knows that. No, maybe. Yeah, he does know that because he already ran one time.
Because I think it's important to focus on what I actually said. I do think becoming a parent affects you in a very profound way. I've seen...
Okay, enough, JD. Enough. Enough of this. It gets progressively dumber. We just don't have time to watch the whole breakdown. Point is, it was just a thought experiment. Everybody, quit being weird.
Don't be creepy.
I was just saying, in some sort of a weird utopian society, in my mind, this would be the best places where parents would get extra votes for having kids. And yeah, sometimes it sucks that you don't get more votes because, you know, stuff didn't work out in your life. But hey, them's the breaks, and it's just a thought experiment, so don't be upset. Okay, now let's go to this. We have time for, where are we at? Hour 17. I gotta skip one. I need to skip at least one here. Let's go to this. So let's have some fun. Let's have some more fun. It is Sunday Fun Day. That's right. 2 MR clips in the first half. This is insane. Let's see what's going on with Stephen Miller here. I'm sure he's being very normal as usual.
So if you listen to Kamala's speeches, you'd never even know that she's been running the country. She's been running the country for 4 years.
I forgot about this one. Do we do this? No. No, we're just going to Stephen Miller. I'm sorry. Just, that's good enough. Kamala's been running the country. Stephen Miller with a PH, not a V. That's Stephen Miller. I don't know if there's
While it's true that guys like Kevin McCarthy and Shapiro don't necessarily know how to attack Tim Walz, there is a guy who does know how to attack Tim Walz, and it's the same way that he would attack anybody, really, and that is to claim that they like people of color, or don't have a problem with them, or is trying to. I'm
sorry. I know you're all listening to Sam right now, but I gotta comment on this thread because this is the other thing about that. That's why I clicked that, because I found it to be one of the funnier statements JD could have possibly made. But JD Vance saying Trump hugs his wife and tells him that, or tells his wife that she's attractive and that he thinks that that's he loves that, like he's a big fan of that. It does. I'm trying to think. Where's Jesse Lee Peterson? We need Jesse on this.
Replace us, if you will, or replace people. I give you former Trump advisor and probably a current Trump advisor, Stephen Miller, on Fox's Laura Ingraham show, talking about Tim Walz.
Tim Walz championed free health care for illegal aliens, which will bankrupt America, and he is the biggest booster in the whole country for unlimited refugee resettlement. That means under the Harris-Walz plan, they're going to turn the entire Midwest into Mogadishu. That's their plan.
Oh my God, you have more than 40 likes. I wasn't even paying attention. I'm just laughing to myself about him saying that the entire Midwest is going to be Mogadishu. Wow. Interesting.
That's their policy. I don't think there's a market for that in the United States of America.
Katie, it looks...
So, like,
Go ahead, Sam.
No, well, I think this is that's the point. Like, where does a talking point like that come from, Matt?
It comes from Nazis on forums. I've seen that Somalia, Mogadishu stuff all the time. And this,
Oh, never occurred to me.
Interesting.
Just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
Nazi from California talking about how to preserve the Midwest. I got news for him. Those towns in the Midwest that are losing population right now, that are seeing all the young people move out of them, those ones were formed and sustained by recent migrants populations. And if we don't bring migrants into those communities, continue them and integrate them into this tapestry of America, then those cities will die.
Well, all right, Matt, but were they really migrants? What countries did they come from?
Migrants.
Okay, well, there we go. So the good kind.
One of the oldest mosques in America.
Not the Mogadishu kind.
Well, speaking of Mogadishu, I mean, one of the earliest mosques in America was in North Dakota. People can look that up. So, from, I believe, Lebanese immigrants.
Apparently, Stephen Miller did not get the memo about trying not to be overtly, or maybe he just thought, like, well, I wasn't overtly racist about Kamala Harris. I was just
It was just kind of, I was just, I beat around the racism bush, okay? I trimmed it on all the perimeters, made it look nice. Okay, what was I doing? Sorry, I got distracted by all of the fun. And by fun, really, I just mean Stephen Miller being terrible, and Sam somehow making that funny as usual. Always remember that Stephen Miller is part of Project 2025 and is part of the administration, former and definitely potential future. What next? Let's go. Here's a quick clip. Senator Bernie Sanders in the United States Senate. This is a clip from 10 hours ago. Many Americans are giving up on democracy.
At a time when many, many Americans are giving up on democracy. They are hurting, they look to the government, they vote, and nothing happens. The rich get richer, they get poorer. And they're saying, hey, all of this democracy and all this election stuff, it's all a crock. It doesn't matter. And they are willing to look at authoritarianism as a substitute for the democracy we have. So to my mind, not only is it the right thing and the moral thing to start paying attention to the needs of a long neglected working class, long neglected by the Democratic Party, long neglected by the Republican Party. Not only is it time to pay attention to those needs, if you're interested in preserving democracy, you might want to do that as well.
I believe that's him speaking directly to the other senators. Oh boy. Burning it down. Okay, now let's go to a different government official. This is from Reuters 15 hours ago. Kamala Harris calls for eliminating taxes on tips. Oh no. Trump's doing the same thing. I'm sure this will be Trump's newest talking point, that Kamala is stealing the election, and by stealing the election, she's stealing his talking points.
Illegal.
And it is my promise to everyone here, when I am president, we will continue our fight for working families of America. Including to raise the minimum wage and eliminate taxes on tips for service and hospitality workers. We
I think that's good enough. That says everything I was trying to get out. There it is. So if for some reason you're planning on voting Trump because you recently heard he was going to get rid of taxes on tips, yeah, you can still get that by voting Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. You can't steal my idea. That is
illegal.
Let's go here. Like, let's just get fucking crazy. Let's just get crazy with this.
I want to play a clip of Tim Walz on the White Dudes for Harris Zoom.
Illegal.
I hadn't seen it in real time. And this is, I mean, this is about as good as it gets in terms of rhetoric when it comes to Democratic politicians. Here is Tim Walz. Let's start more or less from the beginning, maybe go a minute into it. But he's talking, you know, he's talking about the importance of this election. It's really at the end, which I really love. But check this out.
Case, and for one thing, don't ever shy away from our progressive values. One person's socialism is another person's neighborly.
Wait, what's that? What happened there? I thought we were going to start at the.
Oh, sorry, 1 second.
Trying to get pregnant needed fertility treatments, things like IVF, things that they would ban. And so once again, I keep talking about this idea. You're right. These guys are the anti-freedoms. I grew up in a small town, 400 people, 24 kids in the class, 12 cousins. And I hear J.D. Vance trying to talk about what a small town is. There's one golden rule in a small town. Those of you who are from a small town, mind your own damn business. We don't need it. I don't know who's asking for this crazy stuff that they're pushing. Who's asking to ban birth control? Who's asking to raise the price of insulin? I'm a Legion Club member, and none of the dudes there are asking to cut veterans benefits.
Seriously, though, I don't think anybody is. Who is asking for those things? Complete psychotics. Can we have higher insulin prices, please? Can healthcare
like Project 2025 does. So look, that's not where
pause it for 1 second. There's a couple of things I just wanted to say here. One, he grew up apparently in Nebraska. I don't know where in Nebraska he grew up, but I wonder how much that's going to help in terms of that one electoral vote in Nebraska that the Democrats really want and need.
Yeah. But honestly, he's like just a refreshing sort of voice. And I think the sort of guy who is gonna be good for the ticket, especially in a Democratic election here. Not year, here. Kind of want to watch a little bit more of this.
Josh talking about hope. That is exactly right. That's what we need.
Wait.
And then coupled with that, because my wife reminds me of.
Hold on. Yeah. Hold on, though. I went too far.
People are already going to private school. They undermine the basic social safety net that makes this country great. So when I hear you on here, I hear Josh talking about hope. That is exactly right. That's what we need. And then coupled with that, because my wife reminds me of this. She said, hope is the most powerful word in the universe, but it's not a damn plan. We need a plan to win, and that's what you guys are doing. That's what smashing that button does. That's what's calling. And again, this is preaching to the choir, but the choir needs to sing. The choir needs to sing. This is our moment. This is not just transformational for one election. This is transformational for several generations. But here's the thing that I take responsibility for. We're not in this alone. The rest of the world needs us to be here. These guys throwing our NATO allies under the bus, the idea that they don't care what happens in the rest of the world, not addressing climate change that's going to impact communities that are less fortunate than anyone else. Those are the things it has to do. We have communities that are going to pay the price because we don't address it. Here's the great news. How often in 100 days do you get to change the trajectory of the world? How often in 100 days do you get to do something that's going to impact generations to
Good question. It's a good question. The thing in all of that I kind of liked the most, and it's totally like personality politics in this way, I guess, to some degree, I think. But like the way that he talked about his wife, it's completely different than what you certainly hear from, say, like a Donald Trump, right? Like when he talks about Melania, like whenever, I mean, come on, he barely talks about her as it is. But, you know what I mean? Like he's not like talking about how he values her opinions and how, you know, but he like came up with like a specific opinion of his wife's, like a quote from his wife. She's like, my wife, she's always saying this, and I'm like, oh my god, this guy's like a, you know, seems like a good guy. And I saw you up there, Disco Wolf, saying you're not trying to be a buzzkill, but he has done some, he's supported some bad policies. I get it. I get it. Did we have any people, did we have any choices before of anybody without any sort of faults? Because I mean, come on. He is an improvement over what we had previously. That much is clear to me. Not perfect. I'm shocked to hear it from you, although I appreciate your take there as I believe a Minnesotan. Is it Minnesotan? Minnesotite? I think it's Minnesotan. Yeah, he's not perfect, but in the context of all of this, you know, is an improvement. I will take a mid-election improvement. It was unexpected, you know, all of it really in the last month has been pretty unexpected. And a month ago, I was pretty much like subdued into being like, well, this is here's our choices, everyone. It is Minnesotan, thank you. All right, let's go into a few other stories here in the Americas. Start in the Bay Area. Here's NBC Bay Area from 20 hours ago. Waymo cars keeping the San Francisco neighborhood awake.
New at 11, they say their neighbors are too noisy. Only the new neighbors aren't people. They're Waymo cars honking in a parking lot. And neighbors say it's keeping them up all night. NBC Bay Area's Alyssa Gord shows us what they're seeing and hearing.
That sound of honking is waking up neighbors lately in this South of Market neighborhood.
I get woken up
that would
at,
genuinely be
4 o'clock in the morning, and I look down.
I don't know about you, but that would genuinely annoy me. And the fact is, it's like in this sort of, what do you call it? It's basically, it appears to be like a semicircle of buildings, which is causing like a huge amount of echo. You can hear it pretty pretty clearly in this video. Oh, it'd be terrible.
That sound honking is waking up neighbors lately in this
Whoopsies.
South neighborhood.
I get woken up at 4 o'clock in the morning, and I look down, and I'm convinced now it is coming from the Waymos.
Neighbors shared
Are
videos
ya?
of driverless
Are ya
Waymo
convinced
cars
now?
filing into the lot and backing into spots, which appears to trigger honking from the other Waymos.
The cars are robotic and they're honking at each other, and there's no one in the cars when it's happening, and that's absurd.
Yeah, no kidding. That's the thing about autonomous vehicles. If they do something like this or hit somebody, who's there to be responsible for it all? Right? Like, who? Nobody. Literally nobody. It's a robot. You have to find a way to call Waymo. And, calling tech companies is always... It's always really easy. Getting a hold of somebody who can do something about things is always real. It's a simple process that nobody's ever had a hard time with. Elon promising self-honking by fall of 2025. Waymo's already figured it out. He's behind the curve. Oh, we need Yoshime. Ah, yes, we do. Those evil-natured robots. Because they might defeat me. Oh, Yoshime. Okay, I'm done. Let's go here. Speaking of bots, let's go to CBC News from 3 days ago. According to them, a surge of online bots supporting Polyev prompts calls for investigation.
The NDP wants Canada's Elections Commissioner to look into online bots, backing Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre. They say if Conservatives are paying for social media posts, they should be considered third-party advertising. If not, they could be examples of foreign interference.
Illegal.
There's basically duplicate messages, flooding social media, the exact same message from people that seem to be having addresses around the world. That is a sketchy behavior, and we need to know what it's about.
This after Press Progress noted hundreds of identical social media posts saying they were, quote, buzzing from the energy of a Poilievre rally in Northern Ontario last week. Some of the posters are located...
Those are identical and super long. If they had picked shorter... sentences or phrases, it would have been easy to explain this, but... There is genuinely no way to do that here. Following 55, 0 followers. Oh boy. Okay.
In countries like France, England, and Russia, the Conservative Party sent CBC a statement that reads in part, the CPC does not pay for bots and has no idea who is behind these accounts. We are seeking the support of actual Canadians as witnessed by large in-person turnouts at our events. We remain very concerned about any foreign interference and call upon the government to release anything that it might know.
Exactly what you would say. If it was you behind the bots. Just kidding. Who's to say who's behind the bots? Technically, the Canadian government, it would seem. And they're saying it's foreign countries. Or at least the IP addresses, did he say, of these supposed bots are in other countries? Now, there's ways to change your IP address, so that's not necessarily proof of that. Either way, shocking to hear that anybody would feel like Poilievre needs help in this election. Maybe his insane policies are bad. Okay, where are we? An hour 40 in. What do we have to talk about? We're just going to do an extra long first half. Only one galactic intermission today. We're going to go straight into the environmental half, essentially. Let's go to this CBS Sunday Morning from 14 hours ago. Horseshoe crabs, ancient creatures who are a medical marvel.
It's science.
You might call them nature's real-life blue bloods, horseshoe crabs, ungainly creatures, uniquely valuable to humankind. Connor Knighton has the story of a species.
Located between Delaware and New Jersey, the tranquil waters of the Delaware Bay offer a bit of calm compared to the open ocean. But for a couple of months each year, there is a chaotic party on the beach. The bay is home to the world's largest population of horseshoe crabs.
Are they looking for mates at this point? What's happening?
These are all males mostly, and they're looking for a female.
Lisa Ferguson is the Director of Research and Conservation at New Jersey's Wetlands Institute. While the crabs spend most of their lives deep underwater, they surface in late spring and early summer to lay their eggs.
So they're depositing eggs into the sand. She has some males that are coming along with her.
An estimated 40 million horseshoe crabs live in the bay, although they can be found all along the Atlantic coast.
Horseshoe crabs have been around for over 450 million years.
Further up the beach, Tony Rose Tablante works with the American Littoral Society.
So there's that sweet spot right here.
Teaching volunteers how to tag select crabs for tracking.
I'm sorry.
Frequently described as living fossils, these resilient, bizarre-looking armored creatures have survived numerous mass extinction events.
They are arthropods, and that's why they're more closely related to scorpions and spiders, and they're not actually crabs.
Horseshoe crab, not a crab.
Horseshoe crab, not a crab.
Not really a horse either.
Yeah.
How dare they? They're neither horses nor crabs. What next? You're telling me cotton candy isn't cotton or candy? Good God.
A female can lay 4,000 eggs a night.
You can see some of the eggs that have washed up and come to the surface. So these
They're tiny. But only the ones that stay buried in the sand have a chance of hatching. When the tide inevitably unearths the rest, it turns into a feeding frenzy.
So it seems like we're not the only people who know that there are eggs here. It seems like there's some other species that have figured that out.
That's right.
Migratory
Stolen valor. Oh, that's good. That's good, Jerry. Well played.
Birds depend on the surface
Stolen
eggs and
fucking
fly
valor.
thousands of miles
How
to
dare
eat them.
you.
Birds like the red knot, which makes a perfectly timed pit stop in the Delaware Bay to refuel on its journey from South America to the Arctic. And where there are birds, there are birders. Seeing this migration in person is a bucket list activity for Jay Bolden. But while birding is just a hobby for him, his professional life is also linked to the crabs.
I just noticed this actually.
Yeah.
You've got a crab pin?
Yeah, it's been our mascot.
As a senior biologist with the Eli Lilly Company, Bolden is very familiar with a medical marvel flowing underneath the horseshoe crab shells.
This is LAO. This is purified horseshoe crab blood.
Limulus amebocyte lysate, made from the bright blue
Lemulus a what now?
A what now?
horseshoe crabs, is used to detect dangerous endotoxins in medicine.
Have all of us benefited from horseshoe crab blood?
Sure, if you've gotten a vaccine. Anything that comes in contact with that medicine has to be shown to be free of endotoxin.
While bacterial endotoxins can be found everywhere, you don't want to put them straight into your bloodstream. That could make you sick, or potentially even kill you. Horseshoe crab.
So you're telling me horseshoe crabs are protecting us from just dying? We're all here because of horseshoe crabs. What is that picture? That's a picture of horseshoes being hold on, do I need to go back? Yeah, that is horseshoe crab blood. They are strapped to yeah, with their dinosaur old, exactly, Selena. We're basically strapping dinosaurs to like a trough, and then extracting their blood, and then chucking them back into the water. You know, let's just keep watching it. It's Sunday fun day. I say fuck it.
Blood reacts to the presence of endotoxins, which is why for decades, LAL has been used to test all sorts of medicines, syringes, and implantable medical devices. Before this method was developed, scientists tested with live rats.
Not gonna lie, I hate this picture more. I look at the first one, and it's rough. And then you look at a bunch of bunnies and little, like, guillotines, basically. Or not guillotines, but what's the other thing? Stocks. And it's drastically more sad. I mean, I love horseshoe crabs and everything, but this was the previous option.
Every pharmaceutical company, every manufacturer, everyone's using this.
Anyone making an injectable is using it, so it's widely spread.
The actual collecting and bleeding of crabs is done by LAL manufacturers like Lonza and Charles River Laboratories. While live crabs are returned to the water after their blood is drawn, inevitably some do die in the collection process. But it's difficult to know the total impact.
They throw it in the water and they say, you know, that crab lived. But they have no idea that crab's going to live.
So you're looking.
Now, there is science they are working on right now. That scientist who they went and talked to before, they're at Eli Lilly. They have synthesized LAL, meaning that eventually, as long as it all winds up getting FDA approved and whatever else necessary, could end the horseshoe crab torture industry, which is good. See, trying to keep it fun day Sunday, you know? Trying to keep the day fun on this day of sun. This is why we need robot crabs. Remember, they're not actual crabs, they're dinosaurs, basically. They're literally 450 million years old. Like, I think there's... trying to think. Is it the Triassic? I think it might be before that. There's like fossil records of these things from like literally like at the beginning of time. Alright, not the beginning. You get what I'm saying. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done with crabs. Fake crabs. Fake crab valor. Alright, while we're having fun. Let's talk about something not fun. So sorry. It is my fault though, so you can blame me. Here's NBC News from 11 hours ago. Texas sees home insurance rates skyrocket as disaster costs pile up.
Welcome back. From heat waves and hurricanes to fires and floods. This year, the U.S. has already seen $19 billion disasters, according to data from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. That's double the annual average in the years since 1980. Of course, the year isn't even close to over. And remember, August through October is when we usually see the worst of hurricane season. And as climate change fuels a stark increase in extreme weather, it is also driving up the cost of homeowners insurance. In recent decades, Texas has seen more billion-dollar disasters than any other state, causing the price of homeowners insurance premiums there to skyrocket. Scott Friedman, senior investigative reporter at NBC's owned station in Dallas-Fort Worth, has more.
Take your tornado precautions, get as low as you can.
There's no doubt destructive weather
4 tornadoes took lives and destroyed homes and businesses.
Is part of living in DFW.
Along the hardest hit streets, not a home is untouched.
The devastation is widespread here.
Melinda Clifton has seen hail take out her roof 3 times in 2 decades. Homeowners insurance paid her claims, but then came a bill that hit like a hurricane. $8,800.
For 1 year.
The year before, Clifton paid about $2,600 for homeowners insurance. Now the insurance company wanted more than
3 times as big.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
This is insane. I don't know but considering how much her homeowner's insurance is, I mean, it's probably... trying to think of what her mortgage cost would probably be. It's hard to do the math. Point is that goddamn, who's got the money to go from paying $2,600 a year to $9,000 a year? Just wild. That is obviously causing her problems, but this kind of thing is happening all over the place. But this might be one of the highest increases we've seen yet.
3 times that amount. What did you think when you saw that number?
I mean, for a lot of people, that's going to make your home completely unaffordable, or you're just going to go without insurance. But if you, I think legally, in many places, if you have a mortgage, you have to legally have insurance on the property. I don't know. I think most banks have that clause in their mortgages.
I said it's an unimaginable number. I don't understand it.
With insurance increasing her house payment by hundreds of dollars a month, she questioned if she could afford to stay.
I thought, am I going to have to sell my home? The home I raised my children in.
Clifton's not the only one stunned by sky-high rates. NBC5 Investigates analyzed new data from...
This is insane. This is just... I mean, we've been talking about this now for months, right? Pretty much since, I don't know, like six months ago, we were talking about this trend that's happening right now in insurance. And it's just getting worse, it would seem. We're not done talking about this, but I am going to move us a little bit ahead. Actually, this isn't that one. Omega Star got in there third. Well done, Omega Star. Good to see you.
And the number of double-digit increase requests has gone up 560% since 2014. How long can Texas consumers hang on in an environment like that?
The reality, Scott, is they can't. If these rates keep skyrocketing like this, we're going to see a big impact all across the housing market.
Ware Wendell heads a nonpartisan consumer group that advocates for lower rates.
We are in the midst of an insurance crisis in the state of Texas and actually all across the country. Insurance companies are jacking up rates through the roof.
Insurance companies insist the increases are necessary to survive in Texas, which has seen more billion-dollar weather disasters than any other state recently. 179 climate-related disaster events.
Hey, I saw that just now. Princess Mononoke. I keep wanting to say Mononoke, but it's monocle. Monocle? I'm just going to keep calling you Mononoke. It's much easier for me. But thank you for resubscribing with Prime, taking away Jeff Bezos' money and giving it to me, your pal StreamLord.
Losses above $1 billion.
In fact, as anybody who has an Amazon Prime membership can do that, as you get a free Twitch Prime membership every month. You might very well be underutilizing.
Since 1980, according to NOAA research. Even an afternoon hailstorm can cause $1 billion in insurance losses.
It's reality. And it is the reality of the risk and loss.
Beeman
Wait, hold on.
It is a lobbyist who represents some of the states.
It's reality. Is that the lobbyist for the major insurers in the state? Oh, it's very funny. I find that funny. It's just reality. It's not profits. We're not worried about profits. You know what? Let's check him on that. Let's quickly check him on that, just in case he's lying. As a lobbyist, I feel like maybe we should check. What do you think? Let's see. Let's start with Progressive, a big insurer. They insure a lot of stuff and homes. In 2023, Progressive's annual gross profit was $5.54 billion, a 224% increase from 2022. And in fact, as of June 30th in 2024, their profit was at $7.35 billion. Also a huge increase year over year from previous. Now let's check somebody else. Let's see, Geico. Geico, owned by the way, if you didn't know this, Geico, wholly owned by an individual by the name of Warren Buffett and his Berkshire Hathaway shareholders.
Follow the rich white man.
And they earned a pre-tax underwriting profit of $3.6 billion in 2023. And that was a increase of how much from the previous year? Fuck it, it doesn't say. I'll just Google 2022 profits. 1.8. It was a 100% increase from 2022. Holy shit. Okay. Seems like that was a lie. This guy, I don't remember his name. What was his name again?
Can cause research. Even an afternoon hailstorm can cause $1 billion in insurance losses.
It's reality. And it is the reality of the risk and loss.
Beeman Floyd is a lobbyist who represents some of the state's biggest insurance companies.
Is this really just recovering losses, or is this price gouging?
It is recovering losses. When we look at
it's recovering losses, and then they accidentally, it's like an accident. It's a happy accident for them, particularly, that they wind up actually making profits after it all said and done. I'm sure they didn't do the math on that previously.
And it's not even recovering losses, it's catching up.
Floyd says insurers face a triple whammy in Texas. Damaging storms, more homes being built in areas prone to wind and hail, and inflation driving up the cost of replacement items like roof shingles.
By the way, I forgot to mention this. Can you guess what sort of stuff Geico and Progressive are doing with these profits? Anybody? Any thoughts on what sort of things these companies would do? And when I say Geico, remember it's Berkshire Hathaway, of course. Either way, same idea. Can you guess? Stock buyback. Bob Carmody.
Follow the rich white man.
He knows what's up. During the past year, this is from NASDAQ.com. During the past year, Berkshire has repurchased roughly $9 billion of its own stock. $9 billion. So they certainly took at least a portion of those profits and shoved it down their fat gullets and bought expensive Italian marble or whatever it is rich guys do with their money. But just like what is this fucking why? Like, I mean, granted, NBC is not exactly the best news organization out there or anything. But what are they doing bringing on a lobbyist for insurers for something like this? It's freaking idiotic is what it is. It's real dumb. Oh, it's, yeah, and Berkshire Hathaway has been, that's right. They've also been using some of those profits to buy up all of the real estate and creating the housing crisis as well. So half of it, they're giving the money to themselves and then using other money to buy, because it's not like the only company that Berkshire Hathaway owns. I think they have, oh my god, how much does Berkshire Hathaway have under management? It's a lot. I know it's a lot. 1.07 trillion. So they got a few dollars to play around with over there. But meanwhile, your homeowner's insurance is going up 200, 300%. Yeah. Ugh. I feel dirty. I feel dirty after doing all that. Okay. Let's go here. Here's the Associated Press from 14 hours ago. California town with no addresses since 1916 votes to issue street numbers. It's just a weird story. Honestly, this is just because it's Sunday Fun Day, because it's like random as shit. Now, this place is super weird. I looked into it a little bit because I watched this story and I was like, what the fuck is this place? Who could have gone the last 107 plus years without having addresses? How is that possible? I looked into it. It's a very weird place, okay? It's like a town of like 4,000, less than 4,000 people, I think. And like the demographics are, it's like 95% white or something like that, and has a plurality of 65 and older people. Not a majority, but a plurality. So they have the largest age demographic in the town. The like median home price in this place is in the millions, and when I say millions, I mean millions of dollars, right? Not just a million. We're talking millions of dollars. Like, I don't remember what, I didn't like do the math on it. I couldn't find an exact price on it, but like I just looked through some of the properties on this place. I want to say it's something like 5 mil, maybe higher, right? It's up there. It's a weird place. They've managed to go the last 107 years without mailboxes in front of their yards, not needing front, like, and like the fact is like, in 2024, how are you supposed to even live like that? That's crazy.
The council decided on.
You've been there? They're all quote unquote artists? Interesting. And there's no parking. Yeah, things like trying to call the fire department or an ambulance or something like that. And being like, I'm the greenhouse with the weird hobbit roof. I'm sure you'll find it amongst the other pastel-colored hobbit-roofed houses. No problem. I'll just wait for you. Deliver the package to somewhere. It's a weird place. I thought it would be fun just to take a little stroll down that lane. Oh boy. Okay. Now let's go to this. And I guess we'll do it in this order. Doesn't really matter too much. There is another tropical storm forming in the Atlantic right now. It is a bit north of Brazil, heading in our direction, but they believe it's going to turn into a hurricane. However, as it stands right now, it doesn't look like it's going to necessarily hit the U.S. It is early reports, but they are pretty good these days.
All right, here's a look in the tropics where we now have a new system to talk about. This is one that we've been watching here the past couple of days, and the National Hurricane Center is now issuing advisories on it, meaning we will get forecast tracks, we will get updates on the wind speeds, and just kind of all things revolving around this system here that is likely to become Ernesto over the next couple days. It's currently tabbed Potential Tropical Cyclone 5, and what that designation allows the Hurricane Center to do is start issuing advisories, watches, warnings, just to give people more of a heads up here. Within about 48 hours is that time period where they start to issue those watches. It's moving very fast right now for a tropical system, northwest at about 21 miles an hour. Winds are at 30 miles an hour, and then here is the current track.
Also, one thing I think we should all be looking at, which they don't even mention during the video, but I certainly noticed, is these two sort of clusters right here coming off of the west coast of Africa here that appear to be even more vigorous looking, and if they somehow slow down and combine, could really... I'm no meteorologist, but from everything we've seen on hurricanes just on this stream, I feel like I kind of, I don't know, have some weird inkling about these things. They are incredibly close to each other. You can see that they're basically almost intermingling right now in this sort of
as we
video,
kind of look where this goes through the next couple days. Tropical storm likely by Tuesday. The Lesser Antilles watching very closely. Bermuda there toward the top of your screen. At this point, this is projected to be a Category 2 hurricane at the maximum there into Friday. There are some indications it could be a little bit stronger than that, so something we'll watch closely.
Yeah, so as you can see here, for now it looks like it's going to curl back into the mid-Atlantic. Things could obviously change, but this would potentially be the 5th named storm of the hurricane season for 2024. You have 50 likes. Wow, that's a lot of likes. Get out the galactic dice. 19. I think that's Wharf. I don't think they've named it yet. Okay, now let's look really quickly at the remnants of Hurricane Debbie up in Canada. This is global news from 4 hours ago in Quebec, where municipalities are remaining under a state of emergency after post-tropical storm Debbie. Let's do that.
Pretty much floating right now. Oh.
Mathilde Roy is taking stock of what's salvageable after her belongings remain submerged in 8 feet of water for almost 2 days.
Oh no, not the iPhone.
Her mother sobs at the sight.
I saw like a drawing that I did when I was like probably 2 or 3 years old floating down there. My mom was crying because she was like, oh my god, it's a souvenir that we will never have again.
Roy is moving out of her parents' house soon for university. On Friday, she was packing.
A rainy day, so I was like, that's the perfect day to do that.
But that quickly changed.
Oh.
And then we didn't have anything to do because the water came by the window everywhere. Like, it was crazy. It was like a fontaine.
Tropical storm.
Like, honestly, I feel like this little picture deserves... I couldn't do it right now because my stream software is moving too fucking slow. But I really wish I could sort of stick in like a flame here, because this is just like, this is ridiculous. This fucking trash can floating through their house. Good God. It's like a dumpster fire meme.
changed.
And then we didn't have anything to do because the water came by the window everywhere. Like, it was crazy. It was like a fontaine.
Tropical storm Debbie transformed the street where Roa lives into a lake.
Our husbands have been pushing the ladies around on the paddleboard. They've been walking to and from.
L'Île Bizarre received 158 millimeters of rain. Mayor Doug Hurley says the sewage system couldn't have.
And for those of you using Freedom units, 158 millimeters, I think, is close to, it's like 7 inches or something like that. It's like 15.87 centimeters, 2.25, whatever, it's close, it's like 7 inches.
They handled it. But the neighboring Bois de l'Île Bizarre Park has been flooded since Friday.
It's flooded to the point where it's overflowing and entering the areas here. So even if we try to clear our areas, we still have the problem over there.
The park falls under Montreal's responsibility.
And unfortunately, you can't reach the people in Les Grands Parcs on a weekend.
In a statement, the city of Montreal said the fire department is on the ground, acting as quickly as possible.
It does suck. At least he's not asking why the water is there. Gotta say.
The problem here, the county needs to step up and own it and resolve it and get this water out of here.
Okay, what's next? What do we have on this list? Still a few more environmental stories here. Let's go to this disturbing fucking story. CTV News, 4 days ago. Prepare yourselves. This is genuinely kind of disturbing. This iceberg has been spinning in the same spot for months.
The world's largest iceberg, just north of Antarctica, has become a fascinating anomaly. Here's CTV's Sarah Plowman.
God damn it. God damn it. There we go. All right, fixed it.
In a dance with nature, the world's largest iceberg is spinning. A chunk of ice about 2/3 the size of Prince Edward Island, trapped in a slow twirl off Antarctica, as it's been for months.
It's got stuck in this kind of stagnant column of water, which we call a Taylor column. And it's just very gently rotating there.
It split from the southernmost continent nearly 40 years ago, got stuck on a seabed for decades and began moving again, but instead of drifting north and melting like icebergs typically do, lately it's only been turning about 15 degrees each day.
And what we really don't understand is how long it's going to get.
So, you might be asking yourself, why is this disturbing, StreamLord? What is so genuinely interesting about this? Well, you just heard it. It was very quickly, they quickly went over it, but usually when these icebergs break off, the current carries them north and they melt. Now, the melting of it would be bad, right, in its own right. Yeah, like, we would be upset about that part of it. But, like, there's another thing to be concerned about with all of this that we've talked about in the past, that we've heard scientists talk about in the past, being concerned about the potential for collapse of different parts of the current system in the oceans. And I'm not saying that this is definitive proof of that. What I'm saying is this could be evidence for some sort of climate change related shift in the jet streams in the ocean. Yes, exactly, Bob. And like when I hear a story like this, I'm suddenly like my ears perk up. I'm like, what's happening here? Because I'm always focused on the goddamn the Arctic ice shelves and things and the glaciers, and when they start doing weird things, That's when I start getting real concerned.
It's stuck there.
Below the iceberg sit underwater mountains. As the Earth rotates, currents move around the seamount, and that phenomenon extends to the surface.
And so that means, in fact, the water on top of that seamount is isolated from the rest of the world ocean. And this iceberg has got stuck on that thing, and it's just going to sit there and spin for a very long time.
It does demand an investigation. You're right. It's an anomaly, and having, you know, like they're saying that there's some sort of what do you call it? Land mass beneath it, but this is very abnormal, and it certainly drew my attention and my concern. Oh God. Now hopefully it's not a sign, and that it is just what do you call it? Just a data point that is off of the normal behavior of most icebergs. But with everything else we've been talking about with relation to the old currents there, it gives me a lot of concern deep down. We need a fifth. Oh, didn't get your 10th, your fifth. I'm sorry. No, wasn't addressed. I was too busy, and that's my fault. I think we already have this one. Ooh, we don't have that one. Although it is lagging. Because right now, yeah. We'll see if you wind up seeing this. But you do have a Buddy Jesus on a Raptor in the chute, right? It's on deck. Oops. Okay, let's go all the way up to Greece. Where smoke looms over Athens as firefighters battle wildfires. This is from Reuters from 5 hours ago.
Residents of the Greek town of Varnavas fled their homes on Sunday as hundreds of firefighters battled a fast-moving wildfire just outside Athens. The blaze, about 20 miles north of Greece's capital, is being fueled by hot and windy weather. This resident says the fire, quote, started from one point and suddenly the whole village was surrounded. Thick clouds of smoke could be seen drifting over the tourist hotspot. A fire brigade spokesperson said flames were reaching.
Doesn't seem super touristy right now.
That's hot.
Never mind. Paris thinks it is.
As much as 25 meters high, swallowing up trees. Evacuation alerts are in place for 9 areas near Varnavas. Several other regions across Greece are on high alert for fire risk. Authorities have called for emergency measures involving the army, police, and volunteers to deal with forest fires until August 15. Hundreds of wildfires have broken out across Greece since May. Scientists attribute their frequency and intensity to the increasingly hot and dry weather conditions linked.
Now, one thing, unfortunately for Greece, as with many other small islandy nations that are dealing with climate change and struggling with many aspects of it, don't really have the same sort of carbon footprint as other nations and can't actively do anything to really generate a huge amount of change as it relates to that. They can just sort of recommend to the rest of us to stop fucking it up for them. They don't do anything, but I guess my point is that If you compare Greece's carbon footprint to the United States, well, it's like infinitesimally smaller. I think that's the right way to say that. Whatever. Let's move on. Back south. To Uganda, where where rescuers are searching for survivors after deadly Uganda landslide. This is just another of these that we have seen this year. Too many of these. People with shovels and pickaxes digging through dirt for people buried by mud.
Ugandans raced to dig out potential survivors after a deadly landslide in the capital Kampala on Saturday. The city's authorities said children were among the dead and that the rescue effort was still ongoing. Heavy rainfall caused sections of a landfill to collapse on Friday, covering nearby houses, according to local media. Onyengo Ofumbi says he witnessed the incident.
We hear something like when he passed away, he burst like bullets. After we start seeing people, they are running up and down. Then soil comes from where they are putting Kasasro. It's sloping down with the people, cars.
Kampala capital city authorities said government and Red Cross personnel were searching for bodies at the site. Patrick Onyengo is a police spokesperson.
We managed to rescue about 10 who are rescued alive. They are at Mulago Hospital and St. Stephen Hospital. We expect...
This guy looks like he's about to break down, or he just got done crying, or something like that. He looks really, really upset. Like, he's trying to be tough, you can tell, but like, I mean, who wouldn't be just devastated by this?
More people to still be buried down, and that's why we have brought in earth moving equipment to try and retrieve the dead bodies which are still down.
The landfill has
that is just horrifying.
Served as Kampala's sole garbage dump for decades and had turned into a big hill. Residents have long complained of hazardous waste from the site, polluting the...
Yeah, and now it, you know, the monsoon rains come through. Now all that hazardous waste is just everywhere in the environment and on top of people. That is just, that is horrifying. Okay, it's Sunday Fun Day. Let's try and look at something. Let's just try and look at something positive. Something positive for 2 seconds. It's not desperately difficult. Here's CBS News from a day ago. Filipino restaurateur uses eatery to help solve environmental issues.
Today on the dish, Jordi Navarra. He is the chef behind the best restaurant in the Philippines 5 years in a row. The Toyo Eatery has been gaining attention across the world. But it's not just a restaurant. Navarra uses his kitchen to try and impact one of the capital, Manila's, most pressing environmental problems. Remy Inocencio has more.
Vegetables inspired the lyrics to one of the Philippines' most famous children's songs. And cooks and waitstaff at the country's most famous restaurant sing it proud.
It's like a folk song we all learned growing up.
I mean, we have ABCD and Twinkle Twinkle, but this is like the
Filipino version is like singing about vegetables.
It inspires the signature creation of Chef Jordi Navarro, Bahay Kubo, which means home with a garden. Made of 18 Filipino vegetables, including eggplant, wintermelon, tomato, and several kinds of beans, this Bahay Kubo is that song in salad form.
I think it took me about like 2 years.
2 years?
To get everything together with a specific idea.
I love it. Garden in a little bowl. Oh, wow. I would eat my vegetables every day.
Toyo's been recognized as Asia's best Philippine restaurant 5 years in a row.
The best restaurant in the Philippines 2024 is Toyo Eatery.
And Asia's most sustainable restaurant. A fine dining experience celebrating the country's tropical bounty of vegetables, sourcing freshly caught seafood, and responsibly reared meats. And innovating on little-known recipes from its more than 7,000 islands. That in Navarro's kitchen can have surprising beginnings.
You can actually grow vegetables.
You got a free $11 salad today with no fork. Wow, that is painful. Without a fork? That's like, it's some form of torture, I think.
Illegal.
Okay, why is my stream software stuck? Oh, there we go. Hold on. Can't watch this whole thing.
It 15 million people. With landfills overflowing, the capital's waste management system has been a generational problem. Something he and his wife Mai felt moved to do something about.
I don't think it has a proper system yet. I'm being nice here. They just take it all and they just dump it in the landfill.
The Navarro's light bulb moment was working in Manila's biggest slum, Tondo, feeding hundreds of children lunch several years ago.
I think I felt frustrated. You prepare food for that moment, and then you're like, what about tomorrow? What about the next week?
It's just a Band-Aid for that meal.
When we were in the van going back, we were like...
There has to be a better way. For us, it's sort of trying to avoid the landfill, and then maybe we use it also as a source of creativity.
That creativity meant reducing the restaurant's waste going to landfills from around 200 pounds a day to less than 20 pounds a day. Then redirecting what's compostable to one of the Philippines' biggest certified organic farms about 3 hours north. Now,
of course, one restaurant can't change all of this. Everybody kind of needs to try to get involved for these sorts of differences to make cumulative effects. I figured we'd just look at a sort of a feel-goodish story here while we were talking. While we were talking environmental stuff. Talking about what else we can do with trash rather than having landfill slides. Seems like a better alternative. That's just me. That's just me. I don't know. That might be people say that's radical, and I say, you know what? Deal with it. Alright, let's go to this. I'm gonna finish it in the oceans, people. Gonna finish it up in the oceans. Let's go to Deep Look from 6 months ago. Let's witness some magic. Some ocean magic.
Thank you to Surfshark VPN for supporting this PBS video.
Ooh, free Surfshark plug.
Once a year, something astounding happens at Australia's Great Barrier Reef. It lasts barely half an hour. If you jumped into the water at this very moment, it'd be like swimming through a snow globe, hundreds of kilometers across. But these snowflakes are actually packets of eggs and sperm of coral. Corals might look like colorful rocks or undersea gardens, but they're actually animals. A coral is a colony of hundreds of thousands of tiny individual animals called polyps. Each of these flower-shaped polyps has a mouth and tentacles. Polyps secrete calcium carbonate that creates their skeleton. It gives them structure and anchors them to a rock or the seafloor. Since they can't move to find a partner and mix up the gene pool, most warm water corals practice broadcast spawning. But with such a short window to meet up, they have to sync it just right. The warming summer waters cue the right month. The light from a waning moon cues the right day. And the setting sun cues the exact minute.
It's so weird to think that somehow like there's just coral everywhere across the world, at least the ones that are still alive, just all at once. It's just
Good luck out there. These bundles contain the coral's gametes. It's sperm and eggs. But the gametes don't mix in there. The bundles float to the surface and burst open. Sperm search out a new egg.
Okay, miracle of life.
Live inside the polyps. The algae gives the coral nutrition and its brilliant colors. Then something curious happens. The polyp clones itself. It grows copies right out of its side that then bud their own clones. Through broadcast spawning and cloning, corals create the massive reefs we're familiar with. But reefs are in danger, and that's not just a problem for the corals. They're vital ecosystems that provide food and shelter for a quarter of marine life, like fish, crustaceans, and sea turtles. Climate change is the main culprit. When ocean waters warm up too much, stressed polyps expel their colorful and nutritious algae. This is coral bleaching. When reefs die and spawning season comes, it's harder and harder for the eggs and sperm to find each other.
No kidding. I mean, if you're dead, how are you supposed to reproduce? I'm gonna say, I think for most species, that's a difficult task. Just figured we would at least attempt to have fun while talking about coral, maybe learning how coral do their thing. It's pretty cool, though. It's like every coral now is somehow a descendant. Like a direct, it's like not even a descendant, it's like a direct copy of its previous ancestors. Like, because it's like one coral like releases its DNA, that just turns into a new coral, and then that reproduces itself. It's pretty weird. Okay, now it's time for this. Well, I hope everybody has been enjoying the stream so far. I know I have. If you haven't already, hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe. I know you people are out there watching the stream, not subscribing. What's going on? What's happening? Don't do that. Now, if you've already done both those things, fantastic. And if you're thinking to yourself right now, I sure want to help contribute to the Galactic News Network in some sort of way. Well, here are a couple of ideas. Become a producer on Patreon, where the space benefits are absolutely endless, a true cornucopia. As well as Twitch, where if you're for some reason averse to super sweet space benefits and Prefer less? Well, you can go on Twitch and do all the normal Twitch things like donating bits and gifting subs or just subscribing with your Twitch Prime sub, which everybody gets with their Amazon Prime subscriptions. God damn it, I can't talk. Okay, enjoy this galactic intermission. Wow, I just realized that Princess Monocle has been resubscribed for 3 months now as well. Her and Looney Tunes both have been subscribed for the maximum amount of time on this here stream. Using that Twitch Prime sub. And for anybody who says, you don't got money, that's fine, I understand, times is tough. Your chat contributions are more than enough. We all do what we can. So many dancers upstairs. Yes, well, it is Sunday Fun Day, the weekend. So we have parties in there from time to time. Oh God, so Life is going to be homeless at the end of the month? That's not good. That's not good. Living in a storage unit is definitely less than optimal. You dreamt that there was another video of the cat? That's been there. It's been there the whole time. But I'm just not, there was no video going at that time. I had it paused. It's just, here, I'll show you. It's just this, right? If you go here, you can see it there, and then you go here, same image. So I played it.
So researchers at the California Academy of Sciences in San Francisco have
Okay, it's time. Time to get to the global news. This galactic intermission is coming to an end. How far are we into this? We might be able to make it through this whole thing. I think we can do it. I think we can get through my whole list today. I think it's attainable. Alright, let's start in space. Go to PBS NewsHour. This is from 6 hours ago. Human-made debris left behind in outer space is a growing problem down on Earth.
Climate and everything are the same word.
We turn now to the skies, where it's not just the moon orbiting the Earth. Laura Barone-Lopez reports on the growing problem of human-made debris in space. Mankind's trash litters our planet from local parks to the depths of the ocean. But it's not just on Earth. Debris from everything we've launched into space since the 1950s is clogging Earth's orbit. That space junk is threatening our technology down here and up there. For more on what's at stake and how we can manage space junk going forward, we turn to Marcus Holzinger, professor of aerospace engineering at the University of Colorado Boulder. Professor Holzinger, thank you so much for joining. When we say space junk or space debris, what exactly are we talking about and how much is in Earth's orbit?
Great question. So when we're talking about space debris, we're talking about mostly anthropogenic or human-made pieces of debris. So these are defunct satellites, rocket bodies that have been expended and left up in orbit, as well as parts of spacecraft or parts of rocket bodies that have been up there now for in excess of 50 years and even all the way up to the current
Just floating.
There are about 40,000 objects that we're tracking right now on orbit. But there are a lot of objects that are much too small for us to actually track. And some estimates put that number between 500,000 and 1 million objects up there. Some almost the size of a softball, and of course others getting down to the size of flecks of paint.
And how much of our technology and infrastructure depends on access to the satellites up there, and how does the space debris impact that?
So there are a couple of really big important things to remember. Number one is that our lives as they exist right now cannot exist without continued access to space and low Earth orbit. Most of our weather prediction activities come from satellites taking pictures from low Earth orbit. A lot of our infrastructure in terms of timing or GPS also directly comes from spacecraft up on orbit. If you can imagine a day without space, imagine a day where none of your credit cards work, or you have no idea when to actually harvest foodstuffs to avoid, for example, a great big thunderstorm or hailstorm.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them.
Why is the water filter so loud? Is that your water filter? Is that the... God damn it. So yeah, space junk is inevitable byproduct of our system. Because we use satellites for all the things now. Or not all the things, but a lot of the things. There's one thing we can do about space debris. Suppose it's all up to me. All right, let's go. Let's go to the UK. What do you say?
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Global news from 2 days ago. UK protests. Police pelted with fireworks during riots. Body cam footage released on Thursday showed UK police officers being pelted with fireworks as riots erupted across the country last weekend.
I think it's really important that we maintain high alert. I've obviously been here at the control room of the Met looking at what's essentially the nerve centre, but my message to the police and all of those that are charged with responding to disorder is maintain that high alert. I'm absolutely convinced that having the police officers in place these last few days in the right places, the swift justice that's being dispensed in our courts, have had...
So many reflective things people are wearing here. It's like a... What do you call it? It's like a constellation.
A real impact. But we have to stay on high alert going into this weekend because we absolutely have to make sure that our communities are safe. Today we're due sentencing for online behaviour. That's a reminder to everyone that whether you're directly involved or whether you're remotely involved, you're culpable and you will be put before the courts if you've broken the law. And so that's happening today, that sentencing. I do agree that we're going to have to look more broadly at social media after this disorder, but the focus at the moment has...
So yeah, they are talking about, to some degree, looking into what they can do about social media. A very vague sentiment there, although one person was arrested, not for participating in the riots themselves, but for having posted some very sort of, what do you call it, problematic and incendiary sort of stuff. Now, after all of this, people in multiple places in the UK came out to counter-protest. In Belfast, demonstrators gathered on Friday to counter an anti-immigration protest riot, following days of anti-immigration riots across the UK.
I think there are two separate issues. I think what we have seen on our streets in the last week is an attempt to stir up racial divisions, Islamophobia.
Have you missed our discussion about this, Bob? Because, I guess I was just assuming most people here, in fact, I guess I assumed all people here knew what had led up to this at this point. But since you're asking, I will oblige. And the riots initially started after 3 young girls were murdered in cold blood, stabbed to death. It's tragic and horrifying. Immediately after that, some very irresponsible right-wingers, such as Andrew Tate and like Tommy Robinson, came out saying that this person who had killed these 3 girls was a fresh off the boat Muslim immigrant. It turned out that that was a complete lie, as he is neither Muslim nor an immigrant. He is a British-born citizen and a Christian, I believe. At least from what I've been hearing as of late. This is a couple days old, this story here. Let's get a little bit more towards current. But yeah, so false information was spread on the internet by right-wing racist assholes, and you know, it this happened. Oh, I forgot Nigel Farage. I almost forgot Nigel Farage. He basically repeated all the things that Andrew and Tommy said. And he's an elected parliamentarian. He's an MP in Britain. So that's big. That's much worse than Tommy Robinson saying it. Because in the recent elections, he was, yeah, he won his race in, where is it again? It starts with like an R or something. I forget. Whatever. Point is Nigel Farage hasn't figured out yet that being a minister also comes with a certain level of responsibility. Hold on, there's more for this to watch. This is, hold on, where is it?
Face down the racism, the fascism, the rise in Islamophobia. But of course, as communities, we need to come together to challenge and tackle these issues.
I came from Eritrea. I grew up in Ethiopia. I have a lot of struggle to be here.
So I think she said that she's from Eritrea. So this woman is an immigrant.
Communities, we need to come together to challenge and tackle these issues.
I came from Eritrea. I grew up in Ethiopia. I have a lot of struggle to be here. When I arrived here, I was very happy and peaceful. But right now, everything is changed. We are immigrants, but we are human beings. We just need peace. We are not terrorists. I just want to say, for whom concerned, please save us, protect us. We don't want to die because we have passed a lot of struggling here. Thank you.
Oh, God. Oh, this is just completely fucked. This poor woman barely got through that sentence. Because she's clearly scared to death. These people were threatening immigrants with literal violence, like straight up attempting to burn down a hotel where known asylum seekers were being kept while their asylum cases were heard. Oh, God. And of course there's people like her who are, you know, completely beside themselves, barely getting through this emotionally right now. And the people who spread these fucking lies for their own political gains should be, you know, punished. You can see. Okay, that's not fair. That's not fair, Dirk. That's not fair. We've had at least 10% more fun today than normal. I swear to God. Honestly, though, you're not wrong. Sunday Fun Day is never as fun as advertised. And I do take inspiration from the Majority Report on the reg. So you're right. It's not intentional. I'm not intentionally making Sunday Fun Day not fun because of the Majority Report. It's just, the news is oftentimes not fun. And even when I try, even though I'm sitting there, you should see me after Saturday's stream is over. I'm sitting there on my bed, just head in my hands. How am I going to make Sunday Fun Day? Because most days aren't that. Okay. Let's quickly go to this. Actually, we're not even going to go to this. We're going to skip this. But just know that as of 2 days ago, at least 150 people had been charged and 600 arrested so far. After all this, just to keep ourselves moving here, I'm going to skip one video that was talking about those people arrested. Let's go to Novara Media to help us make sense of all this. This is from a day ago. Ooh, we could do 4 hours of lost puppy, found puppy stories. That would be good. That'd be fun.
Nigel Farage and Reform have very explicitly flirted with the far-right riots that have terrorised Britain these past 2 weeks. And Farage has faced serious charges of helping to incite the first riot in Southport by saying this.
I have to say there are one or two questions. Was this guy being monitored by the security services? Some reports say he was, others less sure. The police say it's a non-terror incident. Just as they said the stabbing of an Army Lieutenant Colonel in uniform on the streets of Kent the other day was a non-terror incident. I just wonder whether the truth is being withheld from us.
He's just asking questions. I take it all back. Clearly he didn't do anything wrong. Guy's just asking questions as to whether or not there's a fucking government cover-up as the leader of a party in Parliament. totally above board. Take it all back. Japan expects a megaquake anytime soon. True. We talked about this, didn't we, yesterday, right before the stream got cut off? Everybody remember that? When I got cut off mid-stream yesterday? That was fun. I liked that. That was a good time. But yeah, I think we mentioned that. We haven't... It's not 100% that it's going to happen. It's just... There's a high likelihood that there will be a aftershock from that 7.1, which we saw earlier in the week. Is Nigel Farage Mike Johnson? No, but I do feel like they'd get along. Gold pals.
And Nigel Farage sort of, because obviously he's talking complete bullshit there, very inflammatory bullshit. He went on to LBC to say, I was just saying what Andrew Tate said on Twitter, as if that's some kind of defense. Like, complete idiot. The party's deputy leader has also defended the far-right rioters against the charge that they are far-right. This is Richard Tice. Many millions of concerned British citizens are furious at lawless Britain. Children being slaughtered, machete mobs abound, soldiers being stabbed, police violently attacked in airport. Instead of empathy, Keir Starmer labelled folks as far-right, out of touch, clueless. So this is people...
Weird.
Again, throwing bricks.
By the way, if you didn't pick up on it, this is from August 3rd. So this was over a week ago, right at the beginning of all of this. This isn't inflammatory at all.
Mosques, right? I think at the time he tweeted this, they hadn't yet set fire to hotels, but they had already... they had already punched Asian men in the street for being Asian and broken residential windows and, as I say, thrown missiles at places of worship and, injured a lot of cops, right? So he's still saying These people deserve empathy. Flirting with rioters, though, might not have done the party that many favours. It clearly comes with risks. Nigel Farage's popularity has taken a big hit this week, especially among Tory voters. Farage, as you can imagine, still incredibly popular among Reform voters, but among Tory voters, his approval is down from -10 to -27. It's quite.
Ooh, ouch. Ouch, Nige. I mean, granted, the Reform people weren't planning on leaving it. We only lost a point. It's not much. That's the, Okay, I'm not going to do that. But 17 points for the Conservatives. Ouchie. Also, Leave voters. Ooh, that's an 11-point move, actually, in Leave voters, too. Which is very shocking. You'd think the Leave voters would be, you know... Although he did fuck it up, didn't he? He did. I can see why they'd be upset, because they didn't get what he promised. Jeez, poor Nige. Poor Nige. Popularity dropping right after this huge moment for him. He just got elected. He helped get a bunch of other Reform Party people in there. I mean, he started a whole new party. Reform didn't exist until this year, I don't think. Right? Because it was just the old Leave Party. Just UKIP rebranded. Right? So, you know, he was having a banner year. And now suddenly it's just all slipping away from him for retweeting some Andrew Tate stuff. Good job, pal. I mean, that and the very correct perception that he has also, not just in that one particular tweet or whatever it was that he said, but also in his general rhetoric about immigrants and how that may have potentially fueled all of this. Let's look at this fucking unfortunate story here. Although I guess we could see it as... whatever. Here, let's go. This is Reuters from a day ago. London women now taking self-defense classes as riots target migrants.
Martial arts instructor Stuart McGill is demonstrating a self-defense technique in a London schoolyard. His students are a group of women, nearly all Muslim and ethnic minorities. They're taking the class in response to riots targeting migrants in Britain.
What's happened in like the last week or so was a wake-up call.
Maya Hassan organized the class.
I realized that whilst we do think that there is a level of like cooperation, collaboration, everyone is like happy, dandy, living together, there are like a small minority in the society that do not see it that way, and they're willing to take actual steps to make it unsafe for people who are from other backgrounds, and I think that was very eye-opening.
Riots erupted after online posts falsely identified the suspected killer of 3 young girls as an Islamist migrant following a knife attack on July 29th in Southport, northwest England. At least 2 people were jailed for stirring up racial hatred in messages on social media. Elza Anan says she feels more confident after participating in the class.
I feel enthusiastic in a bit of a twisted way because I obviously don't want to have to use these techniques, but it's really, really useful and beneficial for me.
Exactly. And that's, I mean, really, like, of course I'm for people, you know, learning self-defense, but, you know, it's different when you're doing it as sort of a self-improvement thing rather than when you're actively doing it out of fear, right? That's my thing, where it's like these women in particular are feeling like unsafe, particularly because of what's happening. I mean, beyond, you know, man-bear, everyday life stuff. But this adds to that an element for people of color in Britain, and you know, it frustrates me to some degree. I mean, the story itself, like the fact that they're doing this, like, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying the reason for it shouldn't exist, right? Okay, now to close this up, let's go here to the Guardian news from a day ago, showing the anti-racist protester marches across the UK.
British Muslims have been treated as disloyal foreigners in their own land.
Here needs to be thinking about how we build anti-racist and anti-fascist.
The city will not tolerate violence. You can take all the politics out of it, but ultimately, I don't want my city ransacked by thugs.
You can't just let them go out on the streets and think that they've got this, they've got the place to themselves. You've got to demonstrate that they're a tiny minority.
So yeah, that was just a few of the many different anti-immigrant protests. I guess you could just call that pro-immigrant protests. I think anti-anti is more fun though, so I'm going to stick with that. Let's go here into Paris.
Nearly everywhere you turn on the streets of Paris, you can spot art, whether it's hanging in a museum, spray painted on a wall, or in the design of the city's buildings and monuments. But Jamie Yukas met a local artist who's getting a lot of attention for being a little more quirky, and she joins us now again. We love quirky.
Don't we love weird, quirky,
yes.
unique, all those words? Yes, and his name is Victor, Dana. And while he says he cannot be identified in order to keep his project going, he did take us along for his latest installation in what he's calling 3D graffiti.
While most visiting Paris for the Olympics are trying to spot the Eiffel Tower or get a glimpse of the Louvre,
so the way it works is finding a spot that's intricate, that's weird.
Victor is hoping you find these much smaller 3D printed objects in places you'd never expect.
It starts with creating a 3D model that is first featured into like a reality bending kind of animation that we share on our social platform.
On Instagram, his handle, 3DFeedy, has more than 400,000 followers. That's where the Olympic Committee spotted his work and partnered with him for the Games.
The setting for those animations is a specific location on a street in a city in the world. And in the meantime, we 3D print that object, which is stamped with a QR code, and we place it at that very location, right? And that's when the scavenger hunt part starts.
Before the Games started, he placed torches around town. If people found them, they won tickets to events. Now he's placing miniature Olympic mascots all over the city.
No way!
The reactions are priceless.
I saw that it was near my home, so I went here just before a meeting, for which I'm late now, but it's all right.
He's like, you know what? The meeting can wait. It's very French. This meeting is fine, but the little figurine, I think this is better. Okay. See, we're having fun. Are we not having fun? It's Sunday Fun Day. We're kind of trying. We're brushing up against fun at times here, for sure. That's a guarantee. Okay, let's go here. I'm gonna have to mute this, I think, because I'll probably get fucking copyright struck. Olympics 2024. Best photos from day 14 in Paris. And actually, we're gonna watch day 14 and the final day's best photos back to back. Does everyone have their pants off? Good question, Bob. Here, I'll play different music.
For the very soul of our nation, we have seen what can be, unburdened by what has been. To see what can be, unburdened by what has been. What can be.
Pretty sweet, pretty sweet. This guy looks like he's having fun. She looks very ready to throw that there javelin.
Unburdened by what has been. An America that
I think she might be the whitest Olympian. He just won a unknown competition. Doesn't it look like he's about to eat that? Okay, does it not look like he's about to try and eat that just a little bit? Alright, let's go to the final day.
See what can be. Unburdened by what has been. To see what is possible and what can be. Unburdened by what has been and who has done what. Always
La fin.
in what can be. Unburdened by what has been. That is what I want for you. Is to see what can be. Unburdened by what has been. To solve what could be. Unburdened by what has been. To solve what could be. Unburdened by what has been. To see what can be. Unburdened by what has been. To see what can be. Unburdened by what has been. To see what is possible and what can be.
There we go. By the way, I don't know if you knew this, but today was the final day of the Olympics. That's it. It was here. Now it's gone. Forever. Wait, no, 2 years. 2 years. So sad.
To see what can be, unburdened by what has been. We see what can be, unburdened by what has been. To see what can be,
Now, let's go here and take a look at the blockbuster finished the 2024 Paris Olympics. This is NBC News from 5 hours ago. Pretty sure I'm going to get copyright struck for that. I keep it moving. More of the closing day.
It's incredible. In France's National Stadium tonight, the curtain went down on the Olympics, and Paris reveled in its success. After more than 300 events and over 1,000 medals won, This was the athletes' moment to celebrate. Carrying the flag for Team USA, swimmer Katie Ledecky and rower Nick Mead. Both helped the U.S. tie China for the most gold medals. But on none of those medals looked like it might slip away. France's team, energized by a raucous home crowd, was relentless as the U.S. women struggled. In the consecutive Olympics.
Okay. So yeah, wait. What are they? Yeah, actually we're gonna move it on. But let's take a look at this. This is the final medal count. If you weren't paying attention, well now here you go. Oh, son of a bitch. Whoopsies. No. Not what I meant to do. Go back. Is it readable yet? It's still tiny. There we go. So yeah, United States won the most medals, but tied with China for the number of golds. So.
China.
Japan, technically third most golds, followed by Australia, France, the Netherlands, Great Britain, South Korea, Italy, and Germany. Canada, boy, I know we have some Canadian viewers. You guys are down at 12, unfortunately, here in gold, but you are higher in medal count, technically, I believe. How many 450,000 condoms were distributed to athletes at the Olympic Village? Wow, they are getting it on over there. It's like some sort of a weird genetic experiment mixed with Love Island. China is eating our lunch.
I have to have my China.
This never would have happened if I were in office.
People from China, they love me.
Okay, almost done with our Olympic coverage. Couple more stories? One story. Two stories. Two stories. Let's go here. 13 hours ago. And I tried to find more footage of this. I failed. Granted, I didn't try too hard, but I did try. I really did. But it was all the same. From what I could see, pretty much. Let's go here. Associated Press from 13 hours ago. Police arrest a man climbing the Eiffel Tower hours before closing ceremony.
Illegal.
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
We were on the second floor waiting to descend. We just suspended all the lifts, then we were just waiting really, and then they allowed us to descend down the stairs.
Now, I was really hoping this guy live streamed it, but I couldn't find it, like I was saying. I thought that would have been cool. Unfortunately not. But, there, that very serious Olympic story. Now let's go to this even more serious Olympic story. This is actually Olympic history. Oh, God. We have more from this historical documentary. Please hold. Oh, this is one of the more serious competitions here. Let's go to this one. This is very serious. I just got copyright struck for doing Monty Python just now. What just happened? I just get booted off? Oh. What's happening? Why is my stream offline? Just get suppressed? Am I being suppressed?
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
It's for being too subversive. Fine. No more fun. It's not my fault. Blame YouTube. Fine. I guess we won't laugh. We'll just yell. Just yell into the void. Let's go here. First, let's go to Ukraine. At least 11 killed in Russian strike on shopping mall in Kuts. Oh boy. In Ukraine, in a place that I don't think I can pronounce. Kostiantynivka? That's probably not right. Maybe try it again. It's on YouTube. Yeah, I know it's on YouTube, but there's so much stuff on YouTube that I could watch that would get this copyright strike. I mean, fact is practically every stream I watch gets some kind of copyright strike from somebody. It's not the same. It was not an actual copyright strike. It's a claim. They claim like I don't know. It's whatever. I wind up having to trim teeny bits of the stream out every goddamn day. Okay, let's just keep this going. This is a Guardian news report on this same strike in Ukraine.
At least 10 people were killed, dozens more were injured when officials say a Russian missile strike hit a shopping center in Ukraine. The blast occurred in the residential area of a town in the eastern Donetsk region. The strike caused a fire that has since been put out. According to the Interior Minister, residential houses, shops, and more than a dozen cars were also damaged in the attack. Meanwhile, Russia has accused Ukraine this week of launching a cross-border assault in Russia's Kursk region. The Kyiv military has not yet commented on that operation.
Right. So this was a couple of days ago and a few days before that, or at least, at least a few days before that, Ukraine invaded a northwestern region of Russia, the Kursk region, I believe is what it's called. So, yeah, and honestly, I think everybody knew that already, which is why I neglected to put the original story in here, because I feel like we talked about it already this week. So I assumed everybody kind of knows that it happened. Now, things have escalated since that strike. Ukraine decided to launch massive drone strikes in Russia directly after this. This is from shortly after those videos launched from CNN.
Well, Ukraine's assaults across its border is showing no let-up. It launched a, quote, massive drone attack on Russia's western Liebetsk region early on Friday. According to that region's governor, he says multiple people were wounded in that attack, which damaged energy infrastructure. This region even deeper into Russia than Kursk, where Russian officials say the fighting appears to be ongoing. Also early today, Friday, a Russian strike on a supermarket in Ukraine's Donetsk region killed at least 11 people, according to authorities who say a rescue operation there is underway. CNN's Nick Payton-Walsh joins me now. You and I spoke midweek. It's Friday now. Is it?
Okay, hold on. We're not watching this whole discussion. That would be crazy.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
But while I'm lining up the rest of this, I think I did mention earlier this week when we talked about this story for the first time, that, you know, actually I'm getting ahead of myself right now, aren't I? Honestly, no, it's fine. Actually, I kind of am, aren't I? I am getting ahead of myself. I'm going to hold off on that comment. And I'm actually thinking, I'm mistaking two different stories. To talk more about this, wait, do I have this in the right order? God damn it. Whatever, it's fine. Let's go to this BBC piece from a day ago. According to Vladimir Putin, Russia is in quote-unquote counter-terror mode over the recent Ukrainian attack.
And we turn now to events in Russia, and Moscow is introducing strict new security measures in 3 regions bordering Ukraine in response to this week's surprise incursion by Ukrainian forces into the Kursk region. Now, there are also concerns from the UN Nuclear Agency, which has urged both sides to exercise maximum restraint as fighting moves closer to a nuclear power plant. Well, fighting's been raging since Ukraine's army launched its surprise incursion this week, with reports suggesting that they could be operating up to 30 kilometers inside Russia, with intense fighting close to the town of Suja. Francis Reed reports.
Filmed from a dashboard, then uploaded onto social media. Abandoned and burned Russian troop carriers in the Kursk region. The person who posted these pictures.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. But I have been completely taken away from this story by what just happened in chat. Wow. Nightbot attacking chatters, claiming they're ill-informed. So rude.
Has since been arrested, but the BBC has verified the footage. Ukrainian assaults on Russia started on Tuesday and seem to have come as a surprise. Several villages have been seized. This footage from the Ukrainian military is purported to show Russian soldiers surrendering. Reports suggest the focus is happening just north of Ukraine, with fighting thought to be concentrated near the town of Suja. Moscow says up to 1,000 Ukrainian troops are involved in a region which contains a nuclear plant. The UN Nuclear Agency has urged restraint, but the astonishing images of Russian jets bombing Russian territory seem to run counter to the Kremlin's official narrative that the war in Ukraine has been going to plan.
Now, what I was saying earlier is that it's my belief that Ukraine started this incursion into Russia to draw troops from other places. I certainly couldn't project from where they were attempting to bring them from, but that was just my general assumption, right? Was to, more important than anything, sort of slow down Russia's advance, as well as maybe as a secondary perhaps to, what do you want? What to call it? Like counter the narrative they had just referred to, that being that according to Vladimir Putin, everything's going fine. And speaking of that, let's go to the Associated Press from a day ago, where Russia has now deployed troops and weapons in the Kursk region after Ukraine's recent incursion. I forgot. Hold on. I gotta translate. Good day, dear colleagues. On today's agenda for the operational meeting with the permanent members of the Security Council is a very important question regarding specific aspects of the fight against terrorism. Now, one thing I ask myself when I hear that from Vladimir Putin is whether or not he's also calling himself a terrorist. Because, I mean, he's been doing this in Ukraine for years now. So, was that terror as well? I guess I'm just confused. 1 and 1's not making 2. But maybe he's going to come out later and say that he's a terrorist now. It's official. Alright, let's go here. This is from 14 hours ago. Evacuations continue in border region of Russia following Ukraine's incursion.
Мы сейчас готовы вас туда отвезти, проводить. Там у нас 13.
I don't think there's any subtitles or anything for this video, if I recall. It's just videos of people getting on buses and leaving this area in Russia to get away from fighting. Let's let's look at this. This is the last quick clips here. Actually, let's just look at this one. This is from 4 hours ago. Forbes breaking news: fire at Russia-controlled Ukraine-based nuclear power plant. So it's in Ukraine, controlled by Russia. It is now on fire.
Thousands of Ukrainian.
There's no sound from this. This was just released by, I believe, Zelensky himself. Maybe on Twitter? No, Telegram. So this is a region of Ukraine that is controlled by Russia, and as you can see, this nuclear cooling tower is clearly on fire and smoking.
Climate and everything are the same word.
No big deal. I'm sure it'll be fine. And by fine, I mean probably bad. Literally, multiple organizations just got done, I think, warning about these these different nuclear power plants in the middle of these this fighting right now between Ukraine and Russia. So Yeah, probably not good. Alright, let's go way south to Bangladesh, which we've been talking about a great deal over the last month. Let's go to Guardian News from 3 days ago. How Gen Z forced the Prime Minister to flee. Ooh, it rhymes.
The movement we've witnessed in Bangladesh over the past month is being called the first revolution led by Gen Z. We've seen a mass uprising by students of Bangladesh who are angry over an unfair job system, but has transformed into something that is about justice and fighting corruption in Bangladesh.
After weeks of protests, more than 300 people have been killed.
3 of my brothers are dead. What led to
the
this?
students in Bangladesh came out to protest because of a system which allocates government jobs based on certain quotas, and a large proportion of that went to the families of freedom fighters. So the freedom fighters are people who fought against Pakistan for independence in 1971. Now in Bangladesh, for students who worked really quite hard to get their degrees and hopefully build a career, it felt really unfair. The government has tried to contain it at every stage by arresting the student leaders, attacking them, by killing them. Those images have got out there and they've galvanized the population. When the Supreme Court overturned the quota, the protests could have stopped there. But people kept going because they wanted justice for those who'd been killed in the first few weeks. Over time.
It wasn't just that, though. We also talked about some of the very insensitive sort of moves that were taken by Sheikh Hasina's government.
There was like a kind of greater mobilization, to the point that a month after the protest started, people were storming the residence of the Prime Minister, who had escaped in a helicopter. Sheikh Hasina was the longest serving female Prime Minister in the world. She'd been in power since 2009 and had also been Prime Minister in the 90s. But Sheikh Hasina's rule over the last 15 years in particular has been associated with corruption and repression.
Not long after Sheikh Hasina left, thousands of anti-government protesters stormed her official residence.
They ran off.
Okay, there's one more development that has happened since we last talked about this, so I wanted to go to this. This is global news from a day ago. Now, obviously, the Prime Minister has fled to India and resigned. They have instated, shit, what's his name? Yusuf? Oh, fuck, I can't remember this guy's name. But now, the Chief Justice and the central bank governor have resigned as well. Let's go here. Bangladesh's Chief Justice and central bank governor have resigned, officials said on Saturday. Student protesters marched to Dhaka Supreme Court in a widening of demonstrations which had already ousted the Prime Minister. This judiciary wanted to end sorry, hold on. I got caught up. This judiciary wants to end the went to the end of the line of a human rights breach. I was reading that wrong. Yet it didn't take any cases from the appellate division. It didn't run any investigation. Nor we want all these involved with it, including the Chief Justice, to resign. Then we are filing cases against those who fled, filed false lawsuits. Tortured innocent people in the name of probate. They must be brought to justice as well. So yeah, it would seem like most of the corrupt elements of this government are also attempting to get out of there. But the new interim prime minister, who we talked about previously, is pretty fucking awesome. He won a Nobel Peace Prize, and has some pretty great views on what sort of reforms and stuff Bangladesh might take, sort of paths that might go down here in the future. We'll see how that all plays out. He is just the interim prime minister, so much is still yet to be decided. While we're in this region, let's go down to Thailand here. As recently, the last few days, Thailand's monarchy disbanded its largest political party. And it's not the monarchy's party, to be clear. It's the opposition party. Let's go to Reuters here from 2 days ago.
Thailand's largest opposition party regrouped under a new name on Friday. The party that had been called Move Forward was dissolved on Wednesday by the Constitutional Court, which ruled its campaign to reform a law on royal insults risked undermining the constitutional monarchy. Move Forward's disruptive liberal agenda made it other powerful enemies, taking on entrenched interests with plans to reform the military and dismantle business monopolies worth billions of dollars. All 143 of its surviving lawmakers have joined the new grouping, renamed as the People's Party. Here's its leader.
Today I have been elected as the leader of the People's Party by the party's General Assembly. Now I can speak openly and directly to everyone that our mission, including the party's executive committee, party members, MPs, and the entire team, is to form a government that can bring about change in the 2027 election.
The People's Party vows to advance reforms and amend Article 112, the controversial Lèse-majesté law.
We have consistently proposed amending Article 112 of the Constitution to prevent it from being used as a tool for political persecution. The Constitutional Court's ruling did not prohibit amending the law, but we must be cautious and approach everything with great care.
Okay, we have one more. I'm just going to go straight to this. This is South China Morning Post.
Thailand's Constitutional Court dissolved the largest party in parliament, the Move Forward Party. Its leader, Peter Limjaroenrat, and 10 others were banned from politics for a decade. They were found guilty of attempting to undermine the Thai monarchy.
Found guilty of attempting to undermine the Thai monarchy. Wow. Yeah, the literal king of Siam.
I have my freedom and my rights to insist on our innocence, that we have no intention of treason or insurrection or trying to separate monarchy from the country of Thailand in any means.
MFP won 38% of the vote.
Oh yeah, he sounds like a real threat.
Secured the most seats out of any party in the 2023 general election. However, conservative and military-appointed lawmakers in the Thai parliament blocked Pita's bid to become prime minister. They strongly opposed MFP's reformist agenda, which involved changing a lèse-majesté law, also known as the royal insult law.
This guy's got these pictures all over this goddamn country, I swear to God. Like, there's multiple, just gigantic portraits of this man all over the place, seemingly. It's real weird.
Which involved changing a lèse-majesté law, also known as the royal insult law. It carries a penalty of up to 15 years in jail.
Granted, I guess other people do it, but I mean, this is pretty intense. Not gonna lie. Yul Brynner played the King of Siam, like in the musical. Is that true? Ooh, fun. What was that? Not even. Who is you? Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. Let's go to talking about Israel here. Generally speaking. Wait, what? Why is my session at 25 minutes? Oh, no. No. Must have reset. Oh, that's right. Because the stream went out for a second. It reset on Twitch. For a second, I was like, no way have I been streaming for 25 minutes. Okay, let's start with what's happening in Lebanon. This is from PBS NewsHour from 2 days ago. Inside the southern Lebanon border area, laid to waste as Israel and Hezbollah trade fire. I don't think that Hezbollah is the one that's shelling on the Lebanese side, but okay. Weird way to phrase that.
The conflict between Israel and Hezbollah began the day after the Hamas October attacks last year, with the militants striking Israel's north with rockets and artillery.
We have reported on the toll on northern Israel and lives lost and lives disrupted by evacuations and displacement due to the violent clashes. Now special correspondent Simona Foltine takes us to the Lebanese side of the border.
A race against time as fighting in flames engulf southern Lebanon. We are with the Lebanese civil defense in Khiam, one of the hotspots of a widening war between Hezbollah and Israel. Since fighting began in October, there's been a sharp increase in fires here. During all of last year, this team responded to a total of 55 fires. Now it's more than 20 per month. The vast majority have been caused by Israeli bombardment.
And PBS is going to look past the fact that most of these fires were actually not caused by bombardment, but by white phosphorus.
Salim Zarouche and his colleagues deploy. There is no guarantee that the shelling has stopped.
We are afraid because we are going to a dangerous area, an area under bombardment. Of course there's fear. Maybe we'll come back, maybe we won't.
They have to work fast and get out of what is an active war zone. We are about 2 miles from the closest Israeli position, well within reach of Israeli tanks.
The plains around Khiam have been pounded with Israeli strikes every single day, and the civil defense is the first one to respond on site, but they have very little equipment to contain the fires.
No protective clothes.
I like how PBS really didn't even look into it, right? They just accept that it's just normal Israeli strikes. No, PBS. Why didn't you do any journalism for this? I mean, going there is part of it, but I mean, there's been a bunch of reports showing that they've been literally trying to light all of the brush and farms and trees on fire with white phosphorus. There's been multiple reports on this now at this point.
To shield them from flames, no bulletproof vests to dampen the impact of incoming fire. The civil defense is Lebanon's public emergency service, but their chief admits resources are scarce. Lebanon's state collapsed long before this conflict flared.
Of course, we need a lot of things. Our cars break down a lot. They're more than 20 years old. We lack personal protective gear like body armor, vests, and helmets. We are working with our bare flesh.
The broken windshield, a reminder.
Okay. Now let's go to this disturbing story, which we didn't make our way through a number of days ago when it first came out. It was like 3 nights ago now. We are now going to attempt to get through the rest of it. This is Democracy Now! 3 days ago, Israel accused of running torture camps, as video emerges of soldiers raping Palestinian prisoner.
Illegal.
Hold on, we already watched part of it, so I gotta get this.
This is Democracy Now! Democracy Now!
Sorry, hold on.
And blindfolded us.
B'Tselem also spoke to Sari Haria. He's a 53-year-old real estate lawyer and an Israeli citizen. He was arrested and detained over a Facebook post November 4th last year. In this clip, Sari describes Abdurrahman Nari, a 23-year-old man in the isolation cell next to him, screaming in pain and later being brought out in a body bag.
He screamed in pain constantly, begging for the doctor. The guard would come now and then and swear at him and tell him to shut up. In the morning, the guards came to count us. One said, "Get up, you animal. Get up, you dog." They checked him, and the whole place went silent. Finally, the doctor said, "There's nothing to be done." One of the guards said to them, "My condolences," and they all started laughing. They put him in a black body bag and carried him out like trash.
We're joined right now by Sarit Mikaeli, international advocacy lead for the Israeli human rights group B'Tselem. The group's new report is titled "Welcome to Hell: The Israeli Prison System as a Network of Torture Camps." Sarit, thanks so much for being with us. Just as we listen to these horrifying accounts, please lay out your findings.
I think on the very fundamental level, Amy, our findings look at the systemic, ongoing and state-sanctioned, government-sanctioned use of torture and abuse in the Israeli prison system vis-à-vis Palestinians who Israel considers to be viewed as security prisoners. Now, this is something that we have discussed in the past. I mean, torture and abuse of Palestinian detainees in detention and interrogations have occurred. They have been documented. But the level, the degree, the scope, the scale of this phenomenon since October 7th are simply unrelated to anything we've seen in the past. And when we look at the way these people are treated, you showed some of the testimonies. Some of the many more testimonies are actually available on our website, and we're sharing them online. You see that clearly this isn't the actions of any sort of rogue element of the Israeli prison system. It's a government sanctioned and also government supported, government mandated policy. And that's the essential conclusion that we have from all of the information that we've collected in recent months.
If you can talk about Firas, who was describing not only being beaten by the Israeli soldiers, but also the fact that this beating was being live streamed for the National Security Minister of Israel, Itamar Ben-Gvir, to watch?
So I just want to clarify, we know that the police, the prison guards were discussing this. Certainly we have not, we clarified in our communications that we don't know whether this was indeed like literally live streamed for Itamar Ben-Gvir, or whether it was more about the spirit.
I think she's giving way too much leeway, or not even leeway, benefit of the doubt in this one. Oh, they could have been saying live stream in a sort of metaphorical way, which is honestly pretty nonsense. I mean, I know she's trying to be like maintain her journalistic integrity and doesn't have any concrete evidence of said live stream. I assume they didn't post it directly to YouTube or anything. But the point is that you know, if the prison guards are saying we're live streaming it for for Itamar Ben-Gvir, I think you can say pretty clearly that that's what they're doing. They're not just doing it in the spirit of live streaming. I've never heard anybody say that ever.
To Itamar Ben-Gvir, because a lot of the things we see on the ground today in the Israeli prison system are directly related to the influence, to the spirit of Minister Ben-Gvir. I think it's certainly not the case that Minister Ben-Gvir is the only person responsible. Absolutely, the Prime Minister Netanyahu, who gave him all of this authority, is absolutely responsible and culpable for this reality. But
absolutely
illegal.
And you know, it shouldn't be shocking to anybody considering the things that Itamar Ben-Gvir may have been reveling in a torture/rape live stream of Palestinian prisoners in Israeli detention camps. But you know, it is completely disgusting. And the fact is, if it's true, that would make Itamar Ben-Gvir an accomplice, I believe, in those particular crimes. I think that's how that would work, especially considering his station in Israeli parliament. Now, hold on. There's more of this I want to listen to.
In the last days, trying to prevent the Israeli soldiers or police from being questioned about the sexual assault or the rape of a Palestinian prisoner.
Yeah, I mean, I think I should also maybe open this with the one point of light in the current reality, which is that since the publication of B'Tselem's report, and also since the publication and the exposure of the story about these really horrific suspicions in Sde Eman, there's been a very strong voice coming from Israelis who categorically oppose this. Not necessarily Israelis who are absolutely with B'Tselem on everything, mainstream Israelis who who understand that if you are a country that claims you're a democracy, of course we would take great issue with this, then you cannot simply abuse people because you suspect them or because you've accused them and even because you've convicted them of perpetrating the most horrific crimes. This is simply unacceptable, and people are saying this very openly.
Now, of course, Israel isn't a democracy as much as it wants to claim it, as it runs a system of occupation and apartheid where a group of millions is kept from voting, can't actually claim its democracy. Now, let's go to this. Because while she may be right, there might be some people who have whose sentiment, who align with what she's talking about, who think that it's wrong. This is happening. There was an entire group of people, including Itamar Ben-Gvir and others in the Knesset, that supported this and protested the arrest of the people alleged to have done this particular crime. So it's clearly a diaspora of different opinions. Let's hear this opinion. This is from Zateo from 2 days ago, not specifically on this particular situation, but on the feelings of some Israelis on Palestinians. This is a disturbing interview.
This is a Special Forces operator, Chen Cohen. His viral videos from Gaza landed him a spot on one of Israel's most popular national bulletins. I'm trying to understand the motivation behind these humiliating videos from everyday Israelis. Guys like this who fit your kitchen.
ובאתי להראות גם לקהל הישראלי.
I wanted to show the public the kitchens in Gaza as a part of keeping sane in the midst of war. It heartens some Israelis to see that we are winning in Gaza. And others get a sense of penetrating the private spaces of Gazans, or that Israel is humiliating Gaza. No door gets scratched, no fingerprints. Doors cannot break because they don't exist. Get your kitchens in Gaza and leave me alone. In every war, part of the war is that you bring a picture back to the population you are fighting for. And part of this picture depicts humiliation, because it's a war, and losing side is humiliating. Hey, what? Did we finish? Are we leaving? What did you say?
I asked him if he's not worried about the impact of the soldiers' viral social media posts.
I personally really don't care. I don't think there should be life in Gaza on the day after. So I do not bother with this point. Is it humiliating? Will they get a return? What will happen there? I do not think there should be life left in that place. That is genocide. That's genocide. It's literally genocide, what he's saying that he wants. Okay, now let's talk about the last thing in the title of this goddamn stream. Gaza ceasefire. Is it possible? Let's find out. This was from 2 days ago, out of BBC News. Israel agrees to send delegation to fresh talks on Gaza ceasefire. Ooh, they're fresh. Ooh. Hot out the oven.
Israel has agreed to send a delegation to a new round of negotiations on a ceasefire and hostage release deal with Hamas. The United States, Egypt and Qatar issued a joint call for talks to resume next week in either Cairo or Doha. Hamas has yet to respond. With fears of a wider regional escalation following the killing of the Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Iran, international diplomats have been stressing the urgent need for a ceasefire to end the Gaza war. In a statement, President Biden, the Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi and the Emir of Qatar say there is no further time to waste or any excuse for further delay, adding it's time to release the hostages, begin the ceasefire and implement the...
It's time. It is time to release the hostages, begin the ceasefire, and implement the fucking agreement that's been on the table for months, which Israel has managed to push back for months. Let's see how that's going, because that was from 2 days ago, so let's see how things have been going since then. This is from a day ago. Actually, first, no, skip it. We know Israel's been fucking avoiding doing this for 10 months. Let's go to this. Channel 4 news from a day ago. Israeli airstrike on Gaza school kills over 70.
We can't show you the full horror of this scene. The
the floors covered with bodies, blood and limbs. But there's no way to escape the carnage for these Palestinian families. As one woman prays to God, a young girl faints. Next to them, an elderly man, covered in dust, sits mute in his chair.
They bombed them while they were praying. They bombed them suddenly, without any warning. They've broken my heart. They've broken my heart.
They carry away the dead, scrabbling through the debris with their bare hands, searching for anyone still trapped. Israeli forces insist they use precision munitions to strike a gathering of Hamas fighters they say had been based in the prayer room of this school at dawn. But thousands of displaced Palestinians were sheltering here. Rescue officials say they found around 100 bodies.
Illegal.
So yeah, this happened right after Israel said they were sending delegates to fresh peace talks. Super weird. Let's see how the rest of it's been going over the last 24 hours. Here's 13 hours ago from the Associated Press. Israeli military orders more mass evacuations in southern Gaza city of Khan Yunis. If you're wondering what those sounds are, those are Israeli drones overhead. Where do I go? I don't know where to go, says this woman. I don't know where to go because there is nowhere to go. Everywhere is crowded. There is nowhere to go, and here we are sitting, waiting for God's relief. We have not managed to get our belongings yet. The building collapsed on them. Oh yay, more flyers. Yay, more flyers. Nothing fucked about that.
Don't be creepy.
Tens of thousands have been forced to flee areas of Gaza's Khan Yunis after Israeli authorities expanded evacuation orders overnight. The Israeli military said it was attacking militants from the Hamas group, who were using the areas to stage attacks and fire rockets. An announcement on X and sent to residents' phones said they should evacuate immediately for your own safety to a newly created humanitarian zone. But Palestinian and UN officials say there are no safe areas in the enclave. It's a view echoed by Ayman Makdad as she fled on Sunday.
Look at the destruction. Everyone has left their tents and the situation is really bad. Where are the countries? Why they leave us alone like that? The children who are being torn to pieces are not to blame, and ruin everywhere.
So yeah. Strike on school where thousands of refugees are hiding, killing over 100. Another forced evacuation from central Gaza. Now here's Reuters from 8 hours ago. Video captures, actually, sorry, hold on. This is the penultimate video, second to last. A little round of applause for those of you who have been here the whole time, who've made it through all of this. Yeah, anyway, let's go to this from Reuters from 8 hours ago. Video captures Israeli airstrike on house in Gaza City. Ooh, one of the ones still left standing. Can't have that. Oh my fucking god. So yeah, Israel, clearly taking the ceasefire talks super seriously. What was that? 2 different strikes on civilian areas and mass evacuation in 48 hours since they said they were sending delegates to a peace talk. Okay. Alright, it's Sunday Fun Day. This is the last video. The majority report from 11 hours ago. It's a clip, so it's not the live stream. I think this was actually from a few days ago. I think this was actually Thursday. I think this was a majority report Thursday. U.S. unconditional support for Israel, making the world more dangerous.
And the other kind of hand that's doing the other aspects of maintaining the genocide is also playing up the threat of other nations within the Middle East to Israel's security. And, you know, what we saw, I guess, over the past 48 hours with the assassination of one of Hamas's longtime leaders, Ismail Haniyeh, who, my understanding, you know, he was considered one of the more moderating forces within Hamas as opposed to Sinwar, and this was done within Tehran, so in, you know, Iranian sovereign space. This was also hours after there was an airstrike in Beirut, also, again, that's you're supposed this is not Israel's country, but apparently they can do airstrikes wherever they want. And that killed a Hezbollah commander, but also injured others. The United States denied any involvement, but this is so clearly an effort by Benjamin Netanyahu to, one, get some sort of, I think, aesthetic victory as Israeli society is kind of crumbling around him, and 2, to undermine the ceasefire talks, which he has been doing, and Haaretz and other reporters have highlighted this. He has been doing this now for 7 or 8 months, undermining any ceasefire process. Can you speak about that and how this is just such a farce at this point?
Yes, you're absolutely right. It's not just undermining the ceasefire talks. Look, I think what's important to step back. If Israel were truly interested in having the Israelis returned, the Israeli captives returned, they know that the only way that can be done is if there is a ceasefire and if Israel releases Palestinian political prisoners. They've known this from the first day, and we're on now day 300. It's become clear that the only way that Israel can release large numbers of Israelis is if there is a ceasefire, and that's why the ceasefire that took place in the end of November is what led to the release of a large number of Israelis. But and despite the fact that he knows this, it's become clear that he doesn't care about the Israelis at all. Quite the contrary, because what he's doing is he is constantly just amping up this genocide, and not just a genocide that is in Gaza, but he's also attacking Lebanon. He's also now attacked Iran twice, because he just doesn't care about the Israelis. But more than that, he wants to set the entire region aflame so that he can stay in office.
Yep.
The public opinion polls are showing that Israelis do not want him any longer, that if anything, he's going to be the one who's held to account, not just for what happened in October, but for his corruption that predated October. And so they're done with him. And so he knows that. And because he knows that, he's willing to set the region on fire in order to stay in power. And this is the height of narcissism when it comes to being a leader, that he's willing to put everybody in jeopardy just in order to maintain his rule. He's willing to go down and commit genocide in order to maintain his rule. And it shows.
Yep. It is genuinely disturbing that it's managed to go on as long as it has. And there is no set time that he's going to still remain in power at this point. It really does seem like that will be completely determined by how long this war goes on for. Because until then, it doesn't seem like anything is going to happen about him being actually removed. Although we have talked about how the second this is all over, the likelihood of him being ousted is incredibly high.
The weakness of the international system. If nobody can stop this monster, then what good is it that we have a system of international laws and international courts and so on, when he's proven that all he can do is do whatever he wants and set the region on fire, because that's what's going to keep him in office and that's what's going to keep him popular.
In terms of setting the region on fire, Bradley, can we show this footage of what's coming out of Iran? This is a procession for a funeral for Ismail Haniyeh. I'm sorry, I'm terrible about pronunciations. I'm catching it from Sam. That's who I'm blaming it on. But this was some footage, and this is confirmed by CNN that.
Okay. I think that's probably good. Been going for 4.5 solid hours. Well, we made it through another one. Thankfully, we had each other to get through this here Sunday fun day. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next time. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. Why? There we go. Ah, here we are. Your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, PB, Robot Cat, Selena, The Anti-Corporatist, Owenova, Nadia, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show that you just got done enjoying. If you'd like to help contribute, well, there's a Patreon link right there for you. One more step in becoming just a little bit more galactic. shit. Where did I put this file? Oh my god. Oh, that's pathetic. What have I done with it? Well, I guess I'll just have to do this. Which is going to annoy me slightly. But that's what happens when you're not organized enough. Dang it. Alright. Yeah, where? Wait, where is it? You assume it's in a folder? So true. It is probably, almost definitely in a folder somewhere. Oh my god, this is gonna kill me. This is unacceptable. Oh, I'm a terrible person. Well, I guess I'll, Is this the one? Oh my god, I'm just like, like going through these vids trying to find it. And I can't find it. Oh my god. Ugh. Why? Actually, is it this one? Maybe it's this one. Alright, whatever. I don't know. So I'm gonna have to do both. That's fine, I can live with that. Okay, here we go.
For the very soul of our nation, we have seen what can be.
Let's talk about these people. The Galactic Benefactors. That's right. An elite tier of patrons who decided they gotta do whatever they can to help support the Galactic News Network. People like BB and Nadia. Noah.
What we know can be
Megastar.
what can be unburdened by what has been. An America
Donald James X. All these people here. You see them in chat. Say what's up. That's right, the benefactor tier. Slightly more expensive than the patron tier, but you get extra benefits. This super special Sunday Funday shout out. That's right, all these people that you're seeing here. You see them in chat. You see them now in front of your eyes, emblazoned in galactic glory. Also, almost forgot. Where is it? Selena. There we are. Selena. You too are a galactic benefactor. Somehow I can't find the other one. I made a new update, and then a second update, and a third update because I forgot to add Selena, and I can't find the final update that I did. So this is where we're at. Either way, if you want to help contribute to keeping this stream alive, get on Patreon, like these people have done before you. On to what people have already alluded to, that being the Galactic Chill Stream.